Hey everybody, welcome to Stay Fishy Friday live stream.
Just in time.
You know, I was going to start it without you, but I tried waiting, and I heard you walking down the stair or the walkway. I heard you breathing, is what I heard. So I knew you was coming.
I don't need that.
So anyways, to let everybody know, people are like, who's DJ, this and that, blah, blah, blah. How was my audio messed up?
I don't know. Is it?
Hello. No, we got good audio. We're good. Audio is echoey. I sound like a robot. Hang on. All right, guys, we're back. How does that sound? Sound better? I restarted the program. Everybody says much better. Okay. You know, we're slaves to the computers. You know what I'm saying? I start up the OBS software, then I start up YouTube, then I start up Facebook. I make the shortcut back and forth. I get the live stream going, and now, for some reason, the audio is bad. I just restarted the OBS software. Okay. So anyways, get back to the beginning before we go on. DJ is the guy and the girl that lived here for 5 months in the next bedroom over. And they were here for the first 2 months for absolutely free. I was helping them out. He asked for a week or two because him and his girlfriend were living in a car. And they wrecked their car. And next thing you know, he has no place to go. It's going to be cold soon. It's wintertime coming. So I told him he can stay here for a week or two. And that'll give him a chance to find another place. Well, it just kept on going. And, you know, after 2 months, he asked for a third month. And I'm like, no, bro, you know, I got this, blah, blah, blah. So he offered me $400. So he paid $400 for the third month. But that's when Joshy came in and said, they always smell like weed. They always smell like cigars. I don't want my daughter around this. You know, it was bad enough with Jerry. Now it's those two too. Plus the other couple that was living here. They all smelled like weed. The whole house smelled like weed just from them breathing. I never let them smoke in the house. So I didn't get to see my granddaughter for 3 months. He kept on asking me for one more month. And this last time, he promised he'll be out by the 1st, so I gave him the last month. And, you know, the 1st came and left, and he was like, he started getting loud with me. And, you know, I'm like, dude, you promised you'd be out by the 1st. I can't see my granddaughter. You're forcing me to choose between my granddaughter and you. And if you're going to do that, you're forcing me to be a dick. I'm going to be a dick. I choose my granddaughter. You need to find a place. You've sat there, and I don't see you all day because you lay around in your bedroom and your fat ass. You don't do nothing. I don't see you out there hustling, trying to find a place, nothing. So, you know, he ended up leaving, but then he sent me a message, and he completely turned on me. Instead of saying thank you for the 5 months you went and the 3 months you went without seeing your granddaughter for me, I appreciate that. He said, I'm gonna, what do you say? I'm gonna take you down. I'm gonna, you know, call Social Security. I'm going to get Tracy off of Medicare. I'm going to, you know, this and that and blah, blah, all these threats that he made. He said he's going to be here for every live stream, every video. So me and Josh are watching the videos, making sure that, you know, there's no ridiculous stuff on there. The first thing that got through was he said that I killed Tracy, that I'm living high off the hog off of her Social Security, and a bunch of other crazy stuff. Oh, that I treat her like shit. That I treat her like she's dog meat, blah, 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 all that shit. It's horrible. Anybody that comes here, all the doctors that came here, all the nurses that are here, loves the way, you know, Tracy's treated here. And let me put it this way: the 7 months she was in a nursing home, she had multiple bed sores. She went septic twice and had to go to the hospital. So here she hasn't had a bed sore in 5 years at all since she's been home ever. She's never been septic once. She had to go to the hospital now for she got pneumonia because one of the nurses somehow, some way, she what do you call it, aspirated, where she has food in her lungs on her belly, and then she coughed it up and she swallowed or whatever, and it came into her lungs. So she got pneumonia from that. So, but anyways, I don't know. But and after they moved out, I found needles in their room. I found packets of Tracy's saline. So they were into Tracy's stuff at night. And I asked the nurse, and the nurse said, yeah, they use the saline to mix with their drugs. And I'm like, oh my God. So he was doing drugs here too. This dude is a piece of shit. I mean, if someone gave me a place when I don't have a place, for one, I'm not going to get comfortable there. I'm not going to lounge around. I'm not going to lay out and stay all day sleeping in bed and watching movies and hanging out like this is my place. I'm going to use that as I have a place to sleep. I need to get on my ass and find a place that I can call my own. You know what I'm saying? He did not do that. He just sat here and became, I don't know. But, I haven't had drugs around my house since the 80s. When I got raided back in the 80s, I don't mess with drugs. I made a life out of my whole life with no drugs involved, and I don't have drugs as a vice. I don't even smoke dope. I don't smoke weed, nothing, dope is weed, but I don't do any of that shit. I just drink a little bit on Friday nights. Oh, I like my cup, my invisible cup. How you like that? How about that? Oh, look at Jerry. Oh, I noticed y'all noticing the hole in my shirt. But anyways, that's what we got to watch out for is DJ being an asshole. 30 years of a friendship destroyed because I let him live here. And I never got mad at him. I never yelled at him. I was just like, you guys, they started taking food to their room. And I'm like, I've raised my kids and they were never allowed food in their room. And, after they leave, I find all kinds of like paper plates and stuff stashed in the between the dresser and the wall and food caked on it and stuff. This is how you get bugs. I've never had food in any of our bedrooms. And they got away with that while they were here, So I don't know. I'm over it. And made me a very vengeful, hateful person because I try so hard to help everybody. And this is what I did. I helped him. But he didn't help himself. He wanted me to take care of him. And, I wouldn't let him stay here no more because I can't see my granddaughter. You can't put me in that position. You're going to make me choose between my granddaughter and you. It's going to be my granddaughter every fucking time. I'm sorry. I don't care if you're even my real brother. My mother. If it's between my granddaughter and anybody, I'm going to have to find a way to get you out of here so that I can see my granddaughter. Period. So I don't know. But you know what it did do? DJ turning on me and losing a 30-year friendship over this shows his true colors. Because for one, he's like, he always went on the thing. Oh, I've been to jail. I'm not a narc. I don't jail nobody. I'm real people. And the first thing he don't get his way, he didn't get to stay here another month. He threatens to call, Medicaid on Tracy and get her cut off in Medicare, call Social Security saying that I'm misspending her funds. She gets $1,200 a month. You know what I'm saying? I pay $3,000 a month on the bills outside for the rescue and probably $1,000 to $1,500 a month on the bills in this house because of air conditioning. I got to keep it cool for Tracy in the summertime. I got to keep it warm for her in the wintertime. So the house is at 71 all year round. And that's for Tracy. Otherwise, I'd be, 68 in the winter and 73 in the summer, something like that. But no, I pay extra because of that and to make her comfortable. Because, if you're laying there and you're sweating, you're not comfortable. 71 is a good all-around temperature all year long to keep her comfortable, and she's happy. So I don't know. He's just, I can't believe how somebody can turn into, well, see, I look back to 30 years, it's always me helping him. You know, like he used to sell his food stamps. Okay, that's an indication, you know, how he is. But anyways, he used to sell his food stamps, and then he'd call me. He's like, Rich, this guy wanted, you know, $100 in seafood, you know, blah blah blah. I'm like, dude, I don't eat seafood. And he's like, yeah, but dude, I'm screwed. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I ended up buying the seafood from him to help him out, and I gave it to the nurses that like seafood and Jerry. You still got 2 lobster tails out there, don't you?
Yeah.
So I gave it away. I spent the money to help him, and I gave it away. I mean, this is 30 years of this, and then him always saying, "Oh, bro, if you do this for me, I'll never ask for another thing again." And I stood up. I'm like, "You goddamn liar! That's all you do is ask me for more shit. What are you talking about? The last 3 months, you said every month, if I do this for you and let you stay another month, you'll never ask for nothing again. And here you are asking for another month, knowing I can't see my granddaughter." I was like, and fuck you for making me be a dick, because he made me stand up and yell at him. Get your shit, get the fuck out. I am not going to go another month without seeing my granddaughter for you. And, you know, he left. But he made me being a dick. He made me, I don't like acting that way. And he just wouldn't take no for an answer. And he started getting loud with me, so I had to stand up and get louder. You know, and then you know, he calls me up and texts me, "Oh, I know you killed Tracy. You overdosed her in GHB. You treat her like dog shit. You know, you blah, 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 this and that." I'm like, what are you talking about? And the whole time he was here, he was worried I was going to, you know, dude, don't take my woman from me. Don't flirt with my woman. Don't, you know, I'm like, dude, I have nothing I want of your woman. She's an ex-heroin addict. She's a thief, been in jail many times for stealing stuff. And, you know, she's not pretty. I don't want her. Why would you think that? He's in a situation to where now he's all messed up from the accident. And, you know, he thinks that anybody's going to take his woman. That's his biggest worry, is losing his woman. So, you know, after he sent me that letter, I'm like, F you, DJ. You just ruined a 30-year friendship. How dare you say these evil things to me? And, you know, he's saying that I overdosed her with the GHB that she was prescribed. She hasn't taken that for like, I don't know, 10 years now. And the first thing the hospital does when someone comes in that has been died and brought back, they take bloods. They're trying to get to the bottom of why she had a cardiac arrest. Why did she die? There was no GHB in the blood system at all. Nothing like that. So I don't know what the hell he's talking about and why he's saying these ridiculous, ignorant things to me. But all I know is now you don't give a shit about me whatsoever. You don't care if I see my granddaughter. You just care about yourself. And now you're throwing a temper tantrum because I wouldn't give you another month. You know, what a piece of shit. You know what he did do, though? All these other people that I thought were just psycho and I want nothing to do with, like Muscle Mike. He was my son's friends. And you know, he lived at my house a couple of times throughout his life. And, you know, he comes here and he's living here now. And he gets a job at the Crumble Cookie. So we started calling him Crumble Mike or Cookie Mike. And he didn't like that. And after 2 or 3 days of us, you know, teasing him because he's part of the family, you know. I mean, when I first met him, he was called Black Mike, you know. And then he become, you know, he called me Pops. And I forget what he used to call him. But then it went to Muscle Mike because he got real built, you know. And then it went to Cookie Mike. And he didn't like that. And then he let it build up in his head for like 3 or 4 days. And then he came out on right before live stream one night and he threw a fit. And he said he's moving out and he can't take the disrespect. And we're all looking at each other like, what the fuck? You know, we're just teasing you. You know, if you don't like it, say something to me and I'll stop, you know. But it was, I don't know. But anyways, he ain't that bad now compared to what DJ's done. You know, that was crazy. I mean, I thought it was crazy. Dude's got psycho problems or something, or you know, he's done too much drugs or he's done too much, you know, something to where his mind is gone. Because how are you going to break up a family? I mean, he was around for years, you know, living in my house, and how are you going to walk away from your family like that? You know, I don't know. So Sue Ann says, I remember Black Mike. Yeah, he was here when you were here.
Gotta ghost the guy before he comes a weekly update too.
No. You worry about too much of the wrong stuff. Like anytime I bring up Skyler, you're over. You just over exaggerate everything. Black Mike's not going to come a weekly update.
No, I didn't talk.
I am using Black Mike as
Black Mike.
Then who? You said Black
DJ.
Mike. Oh, you
No,
said
I
Black
didn't
Mike.
Black Mike.
Yes, you said Black Mike.
I said you're going to have to ghost him. I
Oh,
didn't
well,
say
I'm
who.
talking about Black Mike, and you go, you're going to have to ghost him.
Okay, I was.
So,
I,
So anyways,
that Cookie Mike.
yeah, Cookie Mike. He's no more longer Muscle Mike. Muscle Mike is the same as Beefcake Bob. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, except for Muscle Mike liked his name.
I
Beefcake Bob does not like his name.
like it about as much as he liked being called Cookie Mike.
Right. So anyways, it makes me look back. Hoover killed all them fish and then went online and tried telling everybody that OFR did this. That was evil after a 25-year friendship. So I will never talk to him again. But if I ever run into DJ, and I'm not only am I never talking to him again, I will beat the shit out of that dude wherever I catch him the rest of my life. I don't care if I'm 90, I'm beating him with my cane. He's almost the same age as me. Man, he's so decrepit.
Doesn't take any talking to do that.
What's that?
Kick the shit out of him.
Yeah. Sue says, if you get a nickname, you're either loved or hated. And it was all out of, family love, Mike's living here. He was living here for free. I let him stay here. Of course it's out of love, And then he got a job at the place and now he's Cookie Mike. We thought it was funny. He didn't think it was funny.
I can hear Sue Ann right now. She says, if you get a nickname, you're either loved or hated. Accept it. I can see her right now sitting there thinking of a next nickname for us.
Remember, we're pretty intelligent people. We can come up with a nickname back.
We got fish in our chests.
Oh, how you went and got my spare piece? Now you're giving away secrets. Straighten that up. Make that better. There you go. No, you're good. Don't pull it out. Now you're showing them all the secrets. Stop it. Oh, this fucking guy. This guy. Brittany Ziblis. Oh, hi, Brittany. She goes, pretty sure I started Cookie Mike as a cute live stream nickname. Yeah, I don't remember who started it. If you say you did, I believe you 100%. But yeah, that caused a lot of shit. Shit I didn't need. Not putting down on you, Brittany. I'm saying that was innocent. And I started, if I heard it from you, then I started calling him that, and he just absolutely did not like that. So, we lost a friend over that, and it's not anybody's fault. It's Mike's fault for being psycho, But, this whole DJ thing makes me look back and say these other guys weren't as bad. DJ took a 30-year friendship because I won't let him stay here another month because I can't see my granddaughter. You're going to turn on me and tell me you're going to take me down? You're going to call welfare or I'm sorry, not welfare, Medicaid and try and get Tracy kicked off? You are a mortal enemy at this point, and you put yourself there. How dare you talk about, Tracy like that? And to say that I treat her bad and to say that I tried killing her or I did kill her and I didn't get away with it and all this other crazy. Dude, that's just some fucked up shit. Okay, so the drinking word can't be Cookie Mike. We don't want to, like Jerry says, we don't want to bring the guy back over and over and over again. But last week it was DJ Sucks. I don't know what this week could be.
No more snow.
He wrote me a letter from his girlfriend saying how, I'm just trying to get money off of him. Stephanie writes this to me, and I've never talked to Stephanie hardcore. We're not close, nothing. I'd see her in the kitchen, I'd be like, what's up? So, I get this letter from Stephanie saying, I'm only taking DJ. Don't tell DJ this. I'm only trying to, this and that. I'm going to get the money from him because he's got this insurance from the accident coming. And then, I'll go ahead and I'm going to leave DJ and come move in with you. I'm like, what? So I put it on. I marked it as mark as unread, and I left it. I'm not answering. I'm not talking about it. I'm not involving myself in that bullshit. I don't want nothing to do with this. So, I don't know. And then, DJ writing all that stuff, it was just horrible. So, drinking word, leech. I'll go with that. Leech, everybody.
What's that?
Leech.
Leech?
Drinking word.
Yeah, I was good. The Chris family said stuck a banana up there. That's a pretty good drinking word too. No, we got no leeches in our ponds, not that we know
Talking about renting out and giving rooms to people. Leeches.
of. We got no leeches out there.
We got no leeches right now. It has been so, and the house is staying so clean. And I went the first week after he left out of there, and I cleaned this house and I put out my new silverware because all the silverware was missing. And I've had that silverware for like 24 years. I bought Oneida set. I bought 2 sets of 8 to make 1 set of 12 serving, and I had 4 extra of each. And I raised my kids and never lost any of that. I moved in here 11, 12 years ago, whatever. I had all my silverware. I got this, blue velvet drawer liner with all this stuff, holders, big spoons, little spoons, little spoons, little forks, big forks, big forks, 6 of each all the way through. And then all of a sudden, a DJ and the other couple move in, and now I'm down to, we had like 2 spoons left. They're all missing. They're all gone. I spent $200 buying 2 new sets, and I wouldn't put it out until DJ was gone. Now, me and Jerry, we opened the drawer, and we're like, oh, look at all this silverware. And it's good, heavy-duty, big, thick silverware. Jets Carlson says, leeches, leeches, drink up, guys. Leeches, maggots, DJ. Wicked Gypsy says, I'm coming over tonight. I'm making a massive mess and leave. No, you're not. This house is in tip-top shape. Every room is clean. Everything belongs where it goes where it goes. I know where everything, I just put away dishes yesterday and I counted all the silverware and it was all there. I'm loving life. Everything's so organized, so neat. I am so less frustrated. There's nobody out there at 4 o'clock in the morning banging dishes, making a whole big meal and leaving.
That might be fun. I haven't had to hog tie anybody in a while. I want to try to get out of here without cleaning it up.
Yeah, because Jerry has to clean it if somebody leaves a mess.
No, not necessarily. Oh, is 3,000-gallon fish pool big enough for a while ago catfish?
For sure.
Oh, yeah, easily. We've got 2 of them. Both of them
Yeah,
are over 3
they
foot.
get big, but if you're not adding a bunch of other fish in there, that's fine. Plus, it's going to take you 20 years to get that size.
I just watched the mouth size.
Yeah. Okay, Rick Farrell says, make the drinking word and make it an interesting night.
He's
You
kind
never
of
said,
lagging behind here, isn't he?
Huh?
He's kind of lagging behind.
Yeah, it don't matter. He didn't put the drinking word in there. Make the drinking word this, and then make it an interesting night. He never put no drinking word in there.
I thought he was telling us to make the drinking word. Leech.
Lorenz says DJ sold a silverware for drug money. Probably. He swore to God, him and her just came out of rehab. They did their Suboxone thing, and they're not on drugs no more. That bullshit. That's why they never came out of their room. And Sugar Bear says they used the spoons for their drugs along with that saline solution that they went into Trace. Now, that's not out and about. It was in a box in a drawer. They went through Tracy's stuff looking for saline. Nick Ivy says, do a house walkthrough. I can do that.
Well, I saw 598.
Melissa AF.
Whatever. $4.99. Thank you very much. Great news. My 21-year-old fish is finally eating again.
Awesome.
I'm so relieved.
Yeah, sometimes you get a fish that won't eat for a couple months, and then they start eating, and you're like, wow, I was stressed for 2 months over that.
The dang catfish I had it hide underneath the wood for 6 weeks.
Okay. Arlie Boggs says, if you had to guess how many fish do you think you have there at the rescue between all the tanks and the koi ponds?
I got a pat answer for everybody. Start counting.
2,000 maybe? I don't know.
Way more.
You think there's more?
Way.
Well, look at the whole pond. There's only 130 koi in there.
Okay.
Then you come in and there's 10 in this tank and 20 in that tank. Them numbers don't add up to hundreds of thousands. The only thing that will get us there is the cichlids. And there's probably not even close to 100,000 of those. Maybe like 20,000. That's my theory. Barb Stevens says, how's the axolotl? Did you rehome it yet? Yes. They actually never got acclimated to our systems. They stayed in a tub, and we had somebody come up the next day and was taken down. Okay, this question got asked again. Rich is 3,000 gallon tank enough for.
We didn't get to him fast enough the first time. We're lagging a little behind.
Okay. Tyler Kerr says it's called being an adult. Clean up after yourself, doing dishes, doing your own laundry, showering, going to be before 3 a.m. and sleeping all day, and making and buying your own food. Oh yeah, no, they were breaking into Jerry's food left. I didn't have no food here because I've been dieting. I don't know if you guys have seen, but you know, I'm a lot thinner, and actually my chest and my arms are getting bigger now. So I don't have food here. I only eat just protein, and I keep my stuff aside. So, and that was the whole reason about buying Jerry a refrigerator, so he can keep all his food downstairs. But you know what? It's so nice without people here. I don't know if I'm ever going to help somebody out again because it's so nice.
See, I'm not people. I'm a dogfish.
Now you're the only thing in my life that has vices, and every one of them smells. His cigars, his weed, his cigarettes. It's all. I'm like, God dang, Jerry, you don't drink, so that's a non-smelling vice,
got a baby.
Okay, here we go. Harley Jam says, bullshit if the spoons went missing. Sebastian said, oh, wait, I saw your silverware in a pawn shop.
Yeah, we are a little bit.
Oh, we got 2 more minutes for the Tracy update. Oh, did I tell you guys about Skylar? She texted me the other day, says she misses me and loves me. I was like, aw.
Want to catch the super chat before the Tracy update? Or?
I'm trying. Marie Dean says, drug addicts lie a lot. Can't believe a word they say. That's for sure. Long Tongue Johnny says, Big Rich has the coolest house. His fridge is a radio and a TV and a internet spot. I can watch YouTube on it, and then it has recipes and all this other stuff, and it goes on the internet and gets, like say, it keeps track of the food in your fridge. And basically, when you're low on milk, it'll give you a notification on your phone that you're getting low on milk. It's amazing. Sue Ann says, are the fire eels eating yet? Only on night crawlers, right? You haven't got them to eat the shrimp and the...
They're alive. They're eating something.
But no, Josh has to give them the night crawlers, once every 2 weeks. But in the meantime, we're trying shrimp, we're trying pellets, we're trying all this other stuff. You've seen them?
I haven't seen them physically.
You haven't seen them eat
anything.
Okay.
They'll bump it with their nose. It's not there the next day. But there's 2 small peacock bass in there.
Right. Doggo Food says, Mullet, it's looking good, Rich. Well, thank you. You know what? If every one of you guys, you can go right now over to Facebook and look at Big Rich Price. I just put a picture up of today's weight and of what I look like today in front of the mirror after I got done working out. And then there's a picture right above it of where I started, where I was at 275, and now where I am today. It's an amazing difference. Ronaldo says, how did DJ and the girl end up at your house in the first place? Well, I guess they were living in their car, and he called me and said that they got in an accident and totaled the car, and he needed a place to stay. I'm like, bro, call all your friends first. Use me as a last place scenario. Bro, I only need a week and a half, 2 weeks at the most. 5 months later, all Jerry's food's missing, and all the spoons are missing out of the drawer. Yeah, I had to throw them out.
So the drinking word is leech.
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 Speaking of DJ, leech. I tell you what, it's people like that that ruin it for other people, because I would have continued letting people stay here, no problem. Um, I help people out. And that's one thing I told DJ. I let you stay here, and then I let you stay here another month, and you said you were staying in your room because you were worried about upsetting me or getting in my way. And I'm like, no, I'd rather have the people to talk to. I'd rather have somebody around that, I don't like being alone, So, and then he never still came out of his room. Him and his girl just stayed in their room 24/7. And then every night at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, they'd be waking Jerry up, hitting pans, making meals. They get they come out and make food, and then they'd leave, dishes in the sink and all that. And I'd clean up, and I'd come out in the daytime. I'd be like, ah, dang it. And I can't stand a messy sink, and it was clean when I, went to bed or whatever, So it's just, there was so many stress points of them being here. And then, now we go back to the couple that was here before them. And, I'm like, because DJ and Stephanie said they didn't do it. She said she didn't do it. And Jerry's like, well, I don't care who did it. My food's missing. So now it turns out it was probably DJ and his old lady the whole time, because I caught them, searching in it. I'm like, why are you in that cabinet? That's Jerry's.
They were both. Man, it was both.
Whatever. I'm just saying it was, I thought DJ wouldn't act that way. And here I caught them on camera going into your cabinets after I yelled at them, two or three times.
Red-handed getting my sodas and stuff out of the fridge downstairs.
Oh, that was the couple downstairs. Yeah. Leah.
The other couple.
Okay.
So it was both of them.
It was definitely both of them.
Well,
Summer Lee says, are we getting the video of the goonch, or was it an emergency move? It was just a wild hair up our ass. We're sitting there and we're doing this. We're replacing lights, and Josh is like, he just goes to get some net. He grabs the goonch. I'm like, what are you doing? He goes, I'm putting him in the pool. And I'm like, dude, I don't even have my phone. Yeah, we don't have to video everything. And now I'm dealing with like a week long of people. What's with the goonch? We didn't video it. I'm sorry. He's in the pool though.
Yeah, he tried finding that one down there in the bottom.
Yeah, they're all dark, along with the jowl. I think, is that 2 jowl cats in the pool?
No, there's 1 jowl.
Where's the other jowl? We had 2 jowls.
The other jowl got 8 in the pool.
No, I don't remember that story at all.
The smaller one that I got in there by accident?
No, you're thinking the bass.
I'll
have to ask Josh.
Ask Josh. I'm not.
That's all right. Lloyd Watkins says, are you going to get your car out this summer? Absolutely. I've gotten out every summer. At least just to start it. But yeah, we're going to ride. We got it out last summer. We took it for, Josh or Richie took it for a ride, 5-mile ride. I took it around the block, I think twice. We got it all tuned up and ready to go. It's ready to start this summer. We ran the gas out of it, so we don't have to do what we did last summer. We can just put fresh gas in it and go. So it's ready to go.
We were way back there.
Tyler says, my sister was on Suboxone for 6 years, and she got back into drugs again, and she finally got clean after the first time in 20 years, and you're proud. Yeah. Good, thank God. J78 says, wow, Big Rich, not so big anymore, losing weight, looking good. Thank you. 268 for about a week and a half now. It's one of those, you hit the plateau. Now, I went 268, and then it was my son's birthday, so I ate cake and ice cream, and I went back up to like 273, and then I lost it back down to 268. And now, I'm kicking in its ass since yesterday and trying to go without eating and all that kind of stuff to get it past the 268. I want to get to 250. That's my next goal. Shamu Aquatic says, back to live after going back to listen. Drug addicts tend to be master manipulators and mooches. Yeah. Oh, here you go. Jerry, it's on you. Equal
Star 737. $10 donation. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you.
After 15 years, I'm getting back into aquariums. Going to start with 240 breeders. 240-gallon breeders. Not a 240.
Right.
1 fresh and 1 salt. Well, good luck with that.
Yeah, it seems the smaller tanks are harder to maintain and take care of. Like if you start with like a 300-gallon salt, it'd be easier than it would be taking care of a 40-gallon salt. The parameters change so quickly on these small tanks, and you got to be on it, catch it. On the big tanks, it takes a while. You can be, oh, the ammonia's building up. That means we need more, biological filtration and all this stuff. You can catch things quicker.
He says he's getting back into it again. If he's going to start off with the fresh and the salt, he must have some experience.
Oh, yeah, sure.
But just as long as you always remember that there's a difference between knowing how it's done and knowing how to do it.
Harley Boggs says, what's the most expensive fish you guys ever had at the rescue or currently have, if I may ask? What do you think that is?
The most expensive, if you were to go out and buy it online or something, would probably be one of the black diamonds or the albino marble gar.
Right, the albino
Just
marble
for
gar.
looks alone.
When we got it, he said he paid 10 grand for it. Okay.
You
now
couldn't
they're
touch
around
that thing
3
for
grand.
10 You couldn't touch that thing for 10 grand. Not the way.
Oh yeah, with how many people are selling them now, the prices have come way down. You can get them for like 3 grand.
But yeah, if they're albino or they maybe got 1 or 2 black spots. But the way that one's marbled with his bright orange head fading back, you're not going to match that kind of color for 10 grand.
Well, that would be the most expensive fish we got, I think, because the price of black diamonds have come down, and we have some, big spot black diamonds, some really show quality black diamonds that are worth, 3 grand or so, but they're not, I don't know, they're not as expensive as they used to be. Prince Vino says Jerry is a goldfish without the G. He's an old fish.
I would definitely qualify as an old fish, yes.
Shamu Aquatic says one of my close friends became a drug addict, and he finally got the opiate blockers shot a month ago. But man, he's in a weird position to be in, having to have your best friend's mom back over his. Oh shit!
Strange.
Andrew Anderson says your shirts are trippy. Thank you.
Yeah, they are. Oh, Tracy.
Oh yeah, it's a Tracy update. We're past that. This is, see how that works? Look at that. I'm a magician here.
And I was going to try to wear mine for a mask. But...
So anyways, let's get to the Tracy update. Everybody, mark down those Tracy updates at 6:39. Tyler Kerr says, leech.
That's a big leech there.
Mm-hmm. All right, so you guys will be very happy to know that Tracy has done absolutely fantastic since she's gotten home from the hospital. That was 3 weeks ago. She got pneumonia because she aspirated and got some of her food, which is liquid food, into her lungs, and the bacteria built up, and there was nothing we could do. She had to go to get an IV antibiotic. So that happened. But since she's been home, her numbers are so good. She's always 98, 99, 100 at all times. I used to only suction her out when she was below 90 and the alarm was beeping. Now I suction her out at 97 because she's always at 100. I mean, she's doing so good, and she is so much more aware. When I wake her up in the morning, like at 7 o'clock in the morning, I watch her at nighttime. At 7 o'clock in the morning, I wake her up, not by trying to wake her up, but I suction out her bib. I hook her up to food because the next nurse is coming, blah, blah, blah. And she hears that suction and she wakes up. And I'm like, oh, honey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wake you, this and that. And she just dead looks at me, And I walk to the other side of the bed and she turns her head and she looks at me over there. So I sit there and I tell her and I talk to her. I don't know how many times a nurse walks in and I'm sitting there talking to her. And I'm telling her everything over again. I'm telling her how I can make her life so much better if she just, tries to blink for yes or no, or squeeze my hand, or close your eyes, anything, let me know, honey. And I can make a language out of that. And, she's been so aware lately. It's been like, as a matter of fact, the daytime nurse saw her doing something she never saw her doing before. She kept looking all around like she was scared where she was. She's, looking all around, And the nurse had to calm her down. It's okay. It's okay. You're right here. You're at home. You know, blah blah blah. So, you know, I'm seeing that more and more. What do you want to call it? Brain things are making connections, and she's more and more aware. She's doing, you know, absolutely great. And then, you know, the nurses, you know, we've got the daytime nurse, which is from 7 to 3, Monday through Friday. We're getting used to that schedule now. And then, you know, we got Tuesday and Wednesday nights. I have to work 16 hours because the nurse leaves at 3 o'clock and I have to watch her until 7 o'clock in the morning. And I tried going to sleep while, you know, there, and then I fell asleep and did not wake up for the alarm. So the nurse came in and Tracy had, her bib had fallen off and went down, and so everything she coughed out was all over her shirt. It soaked in and gotten wet. It was pooling up by her arm right here, you know, where her arm was across her. Yeah, it was pooling up, and there was a puddle of mucus there, and the nurse was so mad. And you know, it don't matter to me that the nurse was mad. It mattered to me that I fell asleep and didn't catch that. So I will never go to sleep when I'm watching Tracy. So I'm up every single night until 7 a.m. When the nurse gets here, about 7:30, I can get to bed. But then, you know, community service comes at noon. So I'm up working for, you know, however many hours then. And then, you know, the nurse leaves at 3. So I got to carry around my little tablet that watches Tracy. And I got the volume up as loud as can be so that I can hear if Tracy's alarm goes off or anything. And, you know, that's how we do things. Okay, come on. So have any of you went to Facebook and seen the newest picture I put out? It's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing. That was me this morning with this shirt after a workout. So Barb Stevens says, you look amazing, proud of you. Oh, thank you. No spoon leeches. Jens Carlson said, leeches, here you go. Here's a drink to you. Yeah, Melissa AF says no good deed goes unpunished, unfortunately. Yeah, that's horribly true. Horribly true. You know, if he was staying here and he sleeps, that's no problem. And then he gets up and he's out all day. He's out trying to hustle, trying to find a place, trying to find a job, trying to find anything. More ways to make money, whatever. You know, I sold on eBay. I drove for Uber. I did whatever it took to make money from like 7 different ways at once, you know, when I needed to. And, you know, just to see him sit here on his fat ass with his ugly girlfriend and just sleep all day, and then in the middle of the night get up and use the whole kitchen up and use, you know, make noise and all that and don't care about anybody else. Leah came up from the basement and she's like, you are being so disrespectful. We're right under you and it's horrible. I can't sleep, blah, blah, blah. And Leah and her boyfriend were up during the day, you know? So, yeah, I don't know. Anyways, back to the Tracy update. She's, I ordered her a bunch of new stuff, and I got this thing. And now what it is it's a little square thing that sits there, sort of like this. See how this sits here, and it tells you the time and all this stuff? Okay. It's the same thing as that, but it tells you on 3 different pieces. Yeah, you can put one at your front door. It'll tell you the outside temperature and the inside temperature. Same thing with your fish room, or same thing here or there. There's somebody at the door.
Oh, yeah, nurse.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
You want me to go check?
No, she'll come in here and say hi. And the door, there was nobody at the door, so she came in. So yeah, I forget what I was talking about. Crazy Cichlid says, what's up, Big Rich from Northern Ireland? How's things? Things are going great. You know, I can't afford a cup to hold my juice, but I still got my juice. Sue Ann says, listening to Stephanie that night on the deck is exactly why I was unapproachable that night. Oh, I see. Shamo Aquatic says, speaking from experience, the things drug addicts will say about their own mother after they get kicked out. Big time. Yeah, that's crazy. Summer Lee says, "Did I miss the jowl?" No, I'm pretty sure both are in the. I remember putting the little one in there, and then we put the big one in there. Jerry, he started telling me the little one got eaten, and I don't remember a story like that. I would remember that. I remember a bass getting eaten that jumped in there accidentally, but Josh purposely put the jowl in there, the smaller one, and then he purposely put the big one in there. So I believe they're both in there. The bass is the one that jumped out of the tank, flopped around, and ended up in the pool. And he's the one that got ate.
Okay, which one was it? The one we had that little swimming pool out there with a pacu in it. There was one of those catfish in there that jumped out into the monster pond
Yeah, I don't
and
remember
disappeared. It was the small
that.
jowl.
Was that marble cat?
No, it was a jowl. Almost possible.
There was not a small jowl. Josh put the small jowl into the pond. I guarantee that.
Okay.
I remember it. There was a video about it.
You don't have to convince me. I don't know.
Oh, well, no, you're just mixing up two old stories is all, and that's fine. It happens.
On both of us, yeah.
Not everybody. It just happens.
I know.
So
That's what I
no
meant.
big deal.
I should have said everybody, but
Yeah.
yeah, on both of us.
Oh, so Summer Lee remembers the smaller one is the one that jumped out of the tent pool on the video. So the smaller jowl did jump out of it. You were right.
That's just what I thought.
Okay.
I tried
Well,
to
they're
keep
both
track
in
of
there because the smaller jowl wasn't small enough to get eaten. He was like 34 inches or something, 30 inches.
Yeah, he's still almost impossible to find. I can only find
Impossible to find for sure because he's dark. But the biggest fish in there is 48 inch, and he's not going to eat a 3-foot fish, and he's 4 foot. You'd see him walking around for days with the tail sticking out.
Yeah. The only one who'd have the propensity to do that would be the walrus, and he's not big enough.
Wall goes nowhere near big enough. Yeah.
I mean, he could swallow something 3 foot if he wanted to.
I doubt that, but I wouldn't put it past him. He's going to try.
Yeah,
He's
well-
like one of them gulper cats.
Yeah, well, he's right at the tail end of that gulper cat bloodline. Now that jelly cat in there, he swallows something 3 foot.
I used to be able to see these things that people retract, and now I can't see it. But that's okay. It was retracted, not
It's
deleted.
retracted by them. They can't see.
Yeah. Let me call Josh real quick.
Um,
And we'll get to the bottom
I
of this.
get confirmation here.
Yeah. Because we're old, we don't remember things correctly. I was wrong, Jerry was wrong, and now we find out, something completely different. Hey, Joshy, was it the jowl that jumped out of the temporary pacu pond pool that got into the pool? Okay, so the small jowl did jump out. Now, is he still there? So it didn't eat him. One of the big cats did bite him, and Josh pulled him out, put him in another tank, treated him for a couple days, and he ended up dying. So the small one is gone, the jowl. So now you put the big jowl in there, that's the only one we got.
I see
Gotcha.
him.
Oh, you see him all the time?
Oh, yeah.
Jerry says, I see him all the time.
He was stalking us for a while. Every time you walk up there, you come right up there going,
Where's the food?
where?
All right, well, thank you, because, we got, old people memories. All right, see you, buddy. Bye. Bellstar says, good evening, Big Rich, Jerry, and the Fishy family. Here, for all you guys that didn't go to Facebook, I'll show you the picture. I'm very proud of this. Made a big difference.
People are still requesting us to go live stream from the pool.
Yeah, we can't do that.
Not until we get mobile, and that's going to be a big. I mean, we don't have near enough people here to do that.
That was me today after working out in this shirt. Look how skinny the belly is. The arms are getting bigger. Face is getting thinner. I don't have jowls no more. If you look when I started, look at the jowls on my face. Look at that belly. And even when I got skinnier at 275, I was, still had a big belly right there. And then today, look at the size of that.
Hey,
Right?
you're being accused of using AI.
Yeah, bullshit. That was a picture today in my bathroom wearing this shirt that I'm wearing right now. But anyways.
It took him a half an hour to get the AI worked out.
Oh, you stop it. That is me after working out. So the arms and the chest are getting bigger. My face is getting thinner. And look how thin my waistline's getting. So it's all working. Hi, how you doing? You okay? Okay, thanks for taking care of her.
Yeah, the dog bed is not working.
Dog bed?
Dog bed.
Oh, the doorbell? No, it worked. I just, once you rang it, you went in, so I saw nobody at the door.
Oh, that's fine.
They rang here, yeah.
That way we know it's you. They just come in.
Okay.
She knows the routine.
Yeah.
Jen Sklar said AI is so good these days.
Jens, screw you. That was me and a lot of work to do it.
Jen says now you gotta get smaller glasses.
That's good. Family says, looking good makes me want to put down my piece of cake. Jen says, waist looks like a 10-pack, Rich. Wow. Big Rich becoming buff Rich. Well, I figure as long as I'm losing all this weight and I'm getting this, I got loose skin, So I wanted to, it's easier to put on muscle if you're chubby because it'll take the fat and use as much, and it'll build muscle. It's harder to put on muscle if you're skinny like Jerry and trying to build muscle. You got to eat so many calories. And I already have it on here. So that's just another way of losing weight is by building muscle. The more muscle I got, the more weight I'll lose while losing weight. So, yeah.
Tomorrow I'm gonna go get me a pecan praline cheesecake.
You suck my ass, mister. I've done really well. I've screwed up a few times, like my son's birthday. I screwed that up. I ate. And what the problem is? Being in ketosis by doing the keto diet and carnivore diet, if you eat anything with sugar, you get instantly taken out of ketosis, and it takes 3 days to go back on. Well, here's the thing: if you're eating or doing keto, once you go past that first 3 days, you no longer feel that hungry. You miss things like a smoker doesn't know what to do with their fingers. They're not holding something. You know what I'm saying? It's just out of habit. You're always wanting to feed yourself. You walk by the fridge, you open it up, and you don't find nothing. You close it. It's just a habit of eating. But after the 3 days, you don't really feel that hungry no more. I went 17 days without eating, and when I first started to do the diet, and then after that, I ate very little amounts 3 times in a 6-hour window, and the rest of the time I fasted. And if I screw that up, it's screwing up my whole ordeal here. So that's what I've been doing is eating within a 6-hour window, very small amounts every 2 hours. So like at breakfast, I'd eat 2 eggs with a piece of cheese. And I'd scramble that all up and, cheese melted over it. 2 hours later, I'd eat 3 pieces of pepperoni. 2 hours later, I'd eat a little piece of the chicken that I have in there that I've made with mozzarella and Parmesan cheese over it, salt and pepper. I'd cut little slivers out of that, and I'd just eat that as a snack. But see, every time you eat, you take a glass of water. So let's say I eat these 3 pepperonis, and they're hard and they're chewy. You chew them up, and then you drink and guzzle and guzzle and guzzle a glass of water. Now your belly's full, and your brain thinks, with this taste in your mouth, you just ate a whole meal. It feels like that, So I've been doing this for a long time now, and losing this weight. Bellstar says, I don't know how to whistle at you on this. Just know I am. Thank you. camera. He says, "Where's Bob? Beefcake Bob's right here. He's the one. He's the one with his hand up."
Nature boy Rich Flair.
Oh, I'm not Ric Flair. If I was anybody,
no, Rich Flair.
if I was
You gotta
anybody,
get yourself a feather coat, man.
I was so. I loved my wrestlers when I was growing up, and my favorite wrestler was the
Beefcake Bob.
No, the Ultimate Warrior. I love the Ultimate Warrior.
Ultimate Warrior. But you ain't no Ultimate Warrior, man.
Well, I'm not built like that, but that's who I wanted to grow up and look like. Bellstar says, "What time are you talking breakfast and meals?" Okay, it doesn't matter what time. I wake up at noon. So to me, 12:30 is breakfast. 2:30 is a snack. 4:30 is another piece of meat. And then 6:30. That's it. That's my 6 hours. Your 6 hours could be 8 to 2. It could be from 6 p.m. until whatever. As long as you don't eat the rest of the time, you're doing the fasting diet. I mixed it in with the keto diet or the carnivore diet, which are almost the same, except for keto allows you more carbs. Carnivore kicks keto in the ass and allows less carbs. Well, I kicked carnivore in the ass, and I try and go 0 carbs a day. So if I get 10 or 20 carbs, I'm okay, because keto wants you to stay under 25 carbs a day. And I think, keto wants you to stay under 100 carbs or something like that. And carnivore wants you to stay under 25. I stay less than that. I'm kicking it all in its ass. I want to be thin, both my sons have bought Harleys. Josh got his Harley when he had cast on his leg. He was just over here yesterday with it. And now I've always had my 3 Harleys, right? And then Reaper had his. And they were old school Harleys, this and that. But now I've got that new red chopper that I spent all winter chroming and stuff. It's beautiful. I love it. I'm going out this summer with my boys. And now Richie just picked up a chopper just like Josh's, but in black. System on it, long teardrop back tail, air ride, all beautiful 8 hangers on it. And it's a cruiser, That's the only problem with my Harley. I can't have a girl on the back. We tried it, and it's a soft tail, so I have to really beef up the springs under there and change all that. But the problem is the fender is only mounted under the seat, and the rest of it comes up and hangs. So if you sit here, you're bending the fender down until it hits the tire. So I can't have nobody on the back seat of my Harley. It's a single driver. So I want to get one of the cruisers like my boys got. Steven says, every week says, "Oh, somebody's at the door." And Jerry goes, "It's 7 o'clock. It's the nurse." Duh.
Yeah, glad to know you're a regular, Stephen. If you watch often enough to know that. It does happen every week.
Jen says, if you use all diets, you can eat everything. Not necessarily at all. No. I'm using the what do you call that? The diet where you restrain, the fasting diet. I'm taking the fasting diet where they say you can eat whatever you want in that 6 hours. And then, within reason. And then, the rest of the time don't eat so your body can recover and, lose weight. I'm putting that with keto or carnivore, and then I'm cutting carnivore. I'm kicking it in its ass and cutting the carbs there. So I'm only eating meat every 2 hours in that 6 hour period. And that's it. So I put the best of both worlds together. And I started at Thanksgiving. And by January, I'd lost 72 pounds, so I mean, or no, 275, or yeah, it's 275. So that's 25. So then 325 is
whatever.
50.
It's obvious it's working.
Well, for sure, it's working.
I mean, that's, that's all they need to know.
Right.
You don't argue about the other ones, fine.
Like I can take like hamburgers and pack them into like freezer bags and put them in the refrigerator. And I can bring them out and eat like half a hamburger every 2 hours. I can do the same thing with lunch meat, cheese, eggs, all that. Oh, Jerry. Oh, my God. I breathed that in. That was horrible.
Somebody said leech on there. So.
Sebastian says, put Jerry on the back of your Harley. He'll hold on for dear life holding your hair.
I wouldn't ride bitch if you had a recliner back there.
All right. The Wicked Gypsy says, any fish question, guys? See, who was that? Jens Carlson said AI.
I can't
Let me tell you
remember.
something.
There's a few
This is
talking about the AI.
This is back to a 2X. Okay, all my shirts are 3X. I'm going to take this and tuck it in the back so it ain't hanging. And there is my waistline now. And then there is, I am wider in the chest than I am at the waistline. And then look right here. There's a gap between my legs. Unbelievable. Let me pull the shorts up. There is a gap. My legs touched each other for the last 8 years. And this is normal. Look how look how little my legs are. They're tiny. I'm getting skinnier, and there's a gap between my legs.
All right, I can't keep up on the keyboard down here, man.
Well, I'm just saying it's not AI.
I was running the AI right now while he was doing that, man.
I see Sue Ann removed that after I said it. Sorry, Sue Ann. That's okay. Wasn't that disrespectful.
No, it ain't nothing there. Man,
But thank you for looking out for us. Appreciate it. TT Knox says, I forget this is a fish channel on Friday nights. Yeah, we talk about so much different stuff. Loren says, what's the best fish you can eat and keep in an aquarium? We've had multiple people come by here and say pacu tastes amazing. That's what they used to eat when they come from their country.
Yeah, one guy wanted to buy them for his restaurant.
He wanted all the pacu we had for, I ended up not giving it to him. I caught it. But even better than the pacu is arapaima. Now, on the arapaima, there is 7 different cuts of meat, 7 different tastes. And there is a store in New York that sells it as Atlantic sea bass. And, they make a fortune, and that's all they do is they raise arapaima. So. Jens Carlson says, you look skinny, honestly. Really? No AI this time? Wait, one more thing. I'll stand up for this, but here, let me cover this for Bellstar. There you go. How's that? But no, see how skinny my arms look and stuff? So now I got to work on getting my arms bigger, my chest bigger, my shoulders bigger. And, that helps me end up with the look I was going for in the first place. Where's my thing? Oh, here it is. Let me put it back straight right over here. There we go. Put my hair down. We're good. All right. Oh, Ross Dingle says barramundi is good eating. I didn't know that.
I haven't tried barramundi, not knowingly.
Toasted Toad says, yeah, you look way healthier. Good job. Thank you. Jens Carlson says, old and blind I am. Me too. I'm missing one eye. And then this eye here is blurry as shit. And, I got no distance judgment. So people, like Jerry, hand me your coffee cup real quick. People are weirded out because I go to grab that from Jerry and I'm like, there we go. I have to go towards it until I touch it. Then I can grab it, because I have no distance judgment. It's just really weird. Nikki says, Father Fish would be proud of you. Why is that? Oh, and Harley Gem says bass. Yes, all bass taste good. I remember eating bass way back in the day, but I'm not going to take them out of my fish tank and eat them.
But I do like to eat fish, but I don't eat pets.
Right. Sebastian says, you are indeed skinnier. How does it affect your ability to lift tanks? Actually, I've never lost any of the strength that I had. Basically, if you guys all remember this, on one side of the video was always me carrying like a 300-gallon tank. And then 2 guys are lifting it up and then Josh carrying the other side, And, the 2 of us, we can carry a 300-gallon tank. But if I'm carrying, like I say, a 240 with, the community service, there's 2 on that side. I'm on my side by myself. I was 340 pounds. I had enough muscle to move my body around. It's just easier now getting up out of bed, getting up out of a chair. You know, it don't hurt as much walking. It don't hurt as much, you know, bending over. I can now put my own shoes on. You know, it's so much easier. Everybody's talking about what fish they. This is a rescue. Stop talking about eating fish. No, we're caught up. Look at that. Jens Carlson says she's super tipsy today. She's talking smack. It's okay. You know what I have noticed? I was playing guitar the other night, and I'm actually a little quicker without these fat fingers and fat arms and fat body and breathing hard. I was able to, you know, I was like, whoa, that's easier. It's easier for me to go quick now. I ended up putting the guitar back, but I thought to myself, I should go through all the old songs I know and pick out at least, you know, 20 or 40 of them that I can play through all the way, and then start getting back into trying to play the leads to them, so I can get at least 5 songs I know the leads to that I can. Somebody sits down, I can, you know, yeah, I can play guitar, and I sit down and play through and play the lead, you know, all the way through the song. But I haven't felt like that in a long time.
Toasted Toad wants to know what's the meanest fish you've ever had.
The wolffish or the dobai.
Right
That's what I
now,
would say. Ever had?
ever had. I mean,
I
that
don't
wolffish
remember
right now is
anything.
psychotic even for a wolffish.
I've tried getting every time I bring out a camera, he runs away. But if I don't have a camera in my hand, he comes over and he attacks that glass. He's got his mouth open and he's swimming at it. I'm like, wow, you're mean as shit.
It's hard to say because, believe me, man, a giant gourami can be one of the meanest, nastiest things you ever saw. And they go after everything in and outside the tank. So it's some fish are, you know, one's a gentle giant and the other one was a killer.
Right.
And
Okay.
it's the same damn fish came out of the same damn parents.
Sebastian says, are you sending the new arapaima to the aquarium? Well, sorry to say, but they already came and left, and they did take the newer arapaima because he was bigger. We have to worry about the other 6 that are going into the pool are closer in size to our the smaller one that we had, that we just put in the pool. So they're in the 4,000 right now, and they're going through a growth spurt. We're feeding them, and we're trying to get them up to the same size as our smaller one. It would have been harder if we gave away the smaller one, which was the same length, just skinnier, instead of the bigger one. You know what I'm saying? If you guys remember, we put in I think it was a 4-foot arapaima in with the 6-foot arapaima, and the 6-footer killed the 4-footer by morning. So we don't want to go through that again.
Yeah, they either work or they don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wicked Gypsy says that emperor is mean. Yeah, she's right. But they're an open water, deep water predator. When they look at you, you're either food or a threat, one or the other. You're either food or your competition, and they're going to drive you off one way or the other. It's just the way they are. Wow, Shamu Aquatics, $4.99. Thank you very much. Born in 1998, and I love the old people music. You like the angry old man here. He says, AKA 80s rock.
80s do rock.
That's old. No, he said he's talking about that's old people's music. He said, I
Born in
love the old
1998,
people's
I love the
music.
old people music, aka
Right.
80s. 80s ain't old people music. That's great rock. You know, I remember when it used to be.
Oh, they're just starting to commercialize it now.
I remember when it used to be classic rock, which was like, Ozzy and Black Sabbath, that kind of stuff was classic rock. And then the hair metal came out. And then it all became, old people music. When did that happen? You know what I'm saying? But thank you, Shamu Aquatics, for the $4.99. Wow. I just put that post up and you all are just loving it. You know what I noticed is the skinnier I'm getting and the more fit I'm getting, I notice I have huge eye bags. I don't know how to get rid of them. How come Jim Sheasley ain't here?
I don't know.
He
if
used
you
to be
got
here all
this
the
up
time.
here, shut up. You got it stalled. So.
It's not stalled. Harley Jem says my 18-year-old likes Elvis over most of music today. Wow. I was surprised when Skylar lived here that she liked all the hair metal and all the heavy metal that I liked. Basically Led Zeppelin, Ted Nugent, Judas Priest, Def Leppard, AC/DC. She loved all that stuff. And then I got to turn her on because she liked really freaky stuff. So I turned her on to Clarence the Frogman Henry. I ain't got no home. And she thought that was funky as hell. She loved that. And then she got into Three Little Pigs came out with, I'm sorry, Green Jello came out with Three Little Pigs. And, she loved that. And then I had, oh yeah, Harry Nielsen with Put the Lime in the Coconut. She absolutely loved that song. And I kept on, being able to show her things from my era that, she loved. So it was fun, having her hear that she liked old music.
Go like that one. Vasquez family asked, did Josh get clean Bellagio lights?
Not yet.
That's the tank that we're operating that new filter on.
Right. But Josh has to get in both of those tanks, take away all the algae on the ceiling,
Inside,
clean
yeah.
the front glass, and then bring the lights from the back to the middle of the tanks again. Because everything we put up there, the lights keep getting pushed back. So we're going to have them back up and running and looking good again. Kay Schweiher says, Big Rich, is rock and roll dying? Absolutely not. Rock and roll ain't noise pollution. Rock and roll will always live on, for
It's
sure.
here to stay. That's the way it
It's
is.
here to stay. Oh yeah, Dr. Hook was awesome.
Everything evolves. Yeah.
See, Fancy Mustache Ceiling Fan says, just turned 26. It's probably growing up with Gen X parents, but my mom used to play Lime in the Coconut on her green 95 Camaro when I was a kid. And I bet you love that song. You hear it in like the grocery store. See, when I was a kid, in the grocery store, we'd hear Lawrence Welk, elevator music, You'd expect bubbles to be blowing out. It was just so lame. And then, our music is now the new elevator music. You go through the grocery store and you hear, Black Sabbath or Led Zeppelin. You're like, oh, and you stop shopping and you sit there and listen to it because you're right under the speaker,
See, I grew up with 50s music. We used to get the old stack of 78 RPM records out, old one-sided ones, and listen to some of that old stuff. That was great.
Some kids are damaged. No children were hurt or damaged in the making of rock and roll. Trust me. See, here's the thing. Shamu Aquatic says, have you seen Miley Cyrus perform with Joan Jett, Def Leppard, Billy Idol? She can hang with the legends. Mad respect. But see, here's the thing. All the people of today's music are going back to metal and you know, heavy metal and classic rock. It's all the same now. It's all, you know, old stuff. And everybody's jumping on that bandwagon. I mean, everybody. Long Tongue Giant says, how good is a singer is Jerry? I don't
just
know.
read that one
I've
myself.
never heard him sing, but I've heard him yell. So he's a hell of a yeller. He might do backups for, like, you know, Metallica or something. You know, run away, hide, we will be done. He can do that.
I do. You know who Wolfman Jack is?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
The Wolfman back in the 50s, you know. He had that deep voice. Yeah.
I bet you didn't
There you go.
I knew how to rock and roll. I got the boogie woogie right down to my very soul.
That was Wolfman Jack for sure. Oh, Son Norton says, what were your thoughts on the Super Bowl halftime show? We're not even going to go there. I did this
No.
once, and everybody was so divided. It's political at this point.
We don't
I
have
don't want
enough
to talk
time
about it.
tonight. That'd push us past midnight if we got into that.
Let me put it this way. I put a post onto my Facebook, and all I said was, worst halftime show ever. Because I'm used to the great halftime shows. Michael Jackson, you know, Prince, Metallica, all these great shows. And then you had the great commercials. And now come on to something and I can't understand a word he's saying. I just put worst halftime show ever. And everybody jumped down my throat about being prejudiced. I didn't say I don't like Puerto Ricans. I didn't say I don't like blacks. I don't like, you know, Indians. I don't like, you know, whatever. I didn't say none of that. I just said worst halftime show ever. I'm not putting down that artist. I'm just saying that was the worst show I've ever seen. And that is absolutely true. But man, everybody jumped down my throat so much for being racist that I had to take my post down. It was ridiculous. You're not allowed to have your own opinion here. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure all of the, maybe even the younger crowd, but definitely all the Puerto Ricans loved it. But see, this world, this United States isn't made up of Puerto Ricans. That's like a small 10 or 20% of people. You know what I'm saying? That show is the all-time American great show, and it is there for everybody. I mean, everybody in the nation is there watching the Super Bowl. So why stand for a 10% or 20% of the people? You should stand for all the people. You know what I'm saying? And let me put it this way. If let's say me and my band can play, but in Canada, their favorite national, you know, pastime is hockey. Let's say we go there and their national language there is like French Canadian. And we go there and we sing about whatever, and it's an American and they don't understand the word we're saying. How does that stand for Canada? You know what I'm saying? The whole of Canada is mostly French Canadian. The whole of America is mostly American, English speaking. Okay, not American, but English speaking. So I didn't get that, but you know, I can see the people having pride for their own, you know, people, you know, the Puerto Ricans and all that kind of stuff would definitely love it and think, you know, that's great. But what about the people that can't understand it and didn't know all this? So that's all I was saying when I said worst show ever. I walked away. I went. I think, didn't I go do dishes or something during the halftime show?
You stood there and bitched the whole time.
No, I did not. I walked away after about 5 minutes and went upstairs
Yeah,
because I didn't see any of the
you came
commercials.
back down, it was still on, and you started bitching again.
Fancy Mustache says not even the subtitles were in English.
Yeah. Jen Carlson says the Native American halftime show next time wouldn't do it.
See, that's the whole thing.
That,
I'm Native American.
That'd be,
He's Native American.
that'd
I'm
be
not even
dishonorable.
American. I don't stand up for anybody else other than this, and I have no problems with Mexicans in their language, Puerto Ricans in their language, Haitians in their language. I have no problem with this. Come to America. Obviously you got to do it through legal process, but once you're here, I have no prejudice against you. But in that one show that is America's favorite pastime, that football and baseball are American, period. As American as you can get. So have it in English is all I'm saying, Oh, Steve Temple says Canadian here. Most of us speak English only. Oh, about 15% speak French. Okay, I was mistaken about that. I thought most of Canada speaks French Canadian, and then only a little bit speaks American. Okay, that's my bad. I didn't know. I don't live in Canada. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't even see the Kid Rock time.
Huh. Well, hell, I learn something new every day. But okay, but you see what the gist is what I'm saying. I mean, if Canadians and their national pastime and somebody comes on doing this to them, they'd throw a fit. It'd be crazy. But I don't know. Just forget about it. I took the post down. That's only my opinion. And I'm not putting the artist down. The artist could be great in his land, in his language, in his, part of the world, or his part of the music industry. He could be great. I just never heard of him, and I couldn't understand him. That's all. And then if you've seen in the background, you see the show actually was produced and done great. But if you look in the background, the crowd wasn't getting into it. None of the crowd, all them fans all the way around the whole stadium, look up the crowd's reactions to that show, and you'll just see people standing there.
No, I don't care. I don't care what this racially or language wise or what. I think the show itself sucked.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying they didn't put a bunch into it. There was a lot of production into that.
Oh yeah.
And all the
A lot of
setup and
wasted
stuff.
time.
Whatever. It made 10 or 20% of people across the United States happy.
Did it?
But it didn't make the other 80% happy. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
And that's the whole purpose of the national, football and baseball is a national pastime here, and everybody's involved. You got people from every single state tuning into this, Sebastian says, isn't your best friend from Canada? Well, no, I know Chris Biggs really well. He's been here many times, and he's definitely from Canada, and he speaks American. But I'm thinking or he speaks English. I'm thinking that's a fluke. He definitely knows his native language, which I thought all Canadians spoke, French Canadian. So I'm sorry about that. I was wrong. But, Chris is a great friend. He comes down here all the time. Chris Hoffman, $2. Oh, this is your job. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to overstep.
You kept jumping from one side of it to the other, so I kind of gave up. Chris Hoffman, 3028, $2. Thank you. Where's the goonch from the 750-gallon Ray tank?
Okay, I've addressed this, I don't know, probably 40 times, but I guess everybody hasn't heard. But we moved it from the 750 to the pool pond. And it was in the middle of, we were doing the lighting on the top and changing that. And Josh already had a ladder there. He went and grabbed a ladder or a net. And I'm like, what are you doing? He goes, I'm moving this to there. I'm like, dude, I don't even have my camera with me. And he's like, well, not everything has to be video. And then, he's in the pool now. So we got the big gooch in the pool along with the big jowl. And, it's one of those things that didn't get videoed. I'm sorry.
Or you get a chance to get a hold of him without having to chase him around, take it.
Well, thank you for the $2. I appreciate it. Sal Norton says, how fast does your car go down the quarter mile? Okay. This is a big thing with people. And I'll tell you the honest truth. I don't fucking know. Because I didn't build that car for a quarter mile car. Now, I will say this. I have more horsepower than 9/10 of all my race car buddies. I call my car an adult sit and spin. I can sit there on the highway at 55 miles an hour. Some kid comes up next to me, got his daddy's Mustang, revving it up. As I look at him, I downshift and punch it. So as I turn, I'm already, the ass end lifts up. It's getting sideways on the highway. I look at him. I come out. He goes out of my sight. I hit third gear, get sideways in front of him. And then I always go back to just idling it at 55 again. And I've never had somebody not like that. I mean, if your car can break the tires loose on the highway, you got a bad man to jam, right? Here's the thing. I built that car. It was factory original when I started. I did not tube frame it. I did not put a chrome moly frame chassis in there. I did not do that. I didn't back half it. I didn't tub it, nothing. I've got the 9-inch rear end. I've got the Turbo 400 built tranny in there, and I've got my 540 that, okay, when I first got it built, and we just got it back from the machine shop, we put it the rest of the way together, and now for the first, I don't know, I think it was 30 hours, I was supposed to be break-in period. Man, I ended up at the Lima Street Machine Nationals. And I had two 950 Holly carbs, 1,000 horse of nitrous that wasn't hooked up yet, the blower 871, the 540 with the Dart Pro 1 345cc intake runner, 750, springs on there. It's just I had the Eagle H-beam rods, the Eagle crank. We had the heads O-ringed and the block O-ringed, and we got a Felpro gasket in between that has a metal 3,000 gap O-ring in it to handle the blower pressure. And at that time, it was only 17% underdriven when I got it. So, oh, God dang, Jerry. That smells like your cigars and weed mixed.
I blew it that way, man.
So anyways, I took the bottom pulley, put it on the top, and the top pulley put it on bottom. Now I'm 15% overdriven. Should be 17, but it was less. So now at that time, I only hit like, I don't know, eight pounds of boost because I wasn't getting on the motor. But I ended up at the Street Machine Nationals. And we go on there, and I have a limit chip into my 6AL ignition box at 6,000 RPM because I'm breaking it in. We're running 93 octane, and the timing's turned back to 30 degrees top dead center, right? Now we hit 842 rear wheel horsepower. That's over 1,100 at the motor at that point at 6,000 RPM. So now that the limit chip is in at 7,400 and the timing is up to 34 degrees before top dead center, and we run 110 octane in it now. So there's at least 100 more horsepower at the very least. I'm being generous here. It's probably 150, maybe 180 horsepower more, just from the timing and the gas and the RPMs limiting being higher. So I've got the dyno sheet for 842 horsepower and 732 torque at 6,000 RPM. Or no, the torque hit in at about 4,400 or something like that. But I've got them numbers out there. Now I run it 34 degrees timing and 110 octane, and I've got the limiter at 7,400 RPM, and it's a lot more horsepower. So probably I'd say 850, 842 plus 150 would be 1,000 at the rear wheel. Let's say 950 at the rear wheel, being conservative. And then you hit that 1,000 horse of nitrous. I built the motor to handle 2,500 horse. The 1,000 horse of nitrous is going to put in about 900 RPM or horsepower, but the cooling effect it has on the blower is going to make the blower way more efficient. So it's definitely 1,000 horsepower added on top of my, let's say 950 rear end. So we're talking 1950. Okay, then I put on my alcohol injector, which runs the E85, and it cools off the blower and makes the blower actually condensate. It's so cool. It makes the motor put out more horsepower. So with the alcohol injector on there, with the nitrous and everything else, it's about 2,200 horse. But like I said, if I was to take it to the track and then back tires actually hooked up, my buddy Gary's got that 7-second vet, and he's got 33-inch wrinkle walls on there that are bolted to the rim. If I had that set up on my car, I would take that car and twist the shit out of it. It would be useless after one run. I would everything right behind the rear window, that whole valance right there going down to the body would be twisted and wrinkled. It would be useless. It's not made for the strip. It's made for a show and go. So everywhere I go, it's an adult sit and spin. I take off in the light, I go through 3 gears and just let off. I only reach maybe 4,000 RPM. Whoop, 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 and I just let off.
$500 worth of tires.
Yeah, I have had to change a lot of tires, but it's a show off thing. That's the way I built it. I built it for the arowanas. Everything on it is beautiful. Everything is chrome. Everything is stainless steel. It's just beautiful. So I didn't build it for the street. Now, if I was building it for the street, there'd be no chrome on it. I wouldn't have all these bolt head covers. I wouldn't have a chrome chain steering wheel on there. I wouldn't have the full interior. I've got the whole interior with every option that came out in '67. I've got all the rear window defogger, the rear fold down seat, the little spotlight that goes in the glove box, the 7,000 RPM tack in the dash, the gas gauge in the console in the center. I've got every option you could have for that car. And that's the way it's built, so that everybody, no matter where you're from, I actually got a system in that car. I wouldn't have a system in that car if it was a track car. There's an extra 200 pounds of speakers and amps and wiring. No. If you're building it for the track, that's going to be, you're going to drill holes in the body panels on the inside. You're going to, change the whole frame to a tube frame chassis. You're going to have, your rear end is going to be this wide. The pumpkins here and the tires start here. They're going to be 30 inches wide or 33 inches tall, and nothing but tire and 7 pounds of pressure in it, bolted to the rim so they don't slip. I mean, this car is going to squat and jump. Where my car lifts up in the ass end and spins. Okay, so it's not made for the track at all. So it's not fair to ask me that, basically, because I couldn't tell you. But it's the most impressive car I've ever driven. Oh shit, it just jumped a way bunch. Okay, here we go. Freddie says he's Puerto Rican. They're American too. Do the research. They're not a state. They are a territory that we own. So I mean, come on now. You wanna argue apples to oranges. It doesn't matter if let's say they are complete 100% U.S. citizens and everything else. That still only represents 10 to 15% of the American people. So why do it in their language and make the 10, 15% happy and not their other 80, 85% happy? So this is why I said I didn't want to talk about it, because of political bullshit. Every Puerto Rican, like I had a nurse here, or I'm sorry, a lady here last Saturday that we were talking about this, and her husband's Puerto Rican, and she got pissed off. So, I mean, I don't want to talk about it. You guys don't understand because you want to see it from your side only, and you don't want to listen.
Well, Puerto Ricans are Americans, okay? No big deal.
Yeah.
But it's disrespectful to do a show that big and not speak English. It's disrespectful to 90% of the population.
Right. Sebastian says it right, and made the very small minority happy. Right. What about the rest of the population? That show should have been in
It
English.
was the language that was a problem, not his ethnicity.
Right. Yeah. Oh, Stephen Mochin meant Joey, not, yeah, Joey's not my friend. He's the worst example of Canadian people I've ever met. No, fuck him. Matter of fact, I will smack him around if I see him at any shows. That's why he won't do no more shows no more. But anyways, fuck him. Shamu Aquatic says, my grandparents made it a point to learn English when they came from Cuba by watching movies, reading a lot. Yes, their accents were hard to understand. Okay. But still, and that makes sense, because if I was to go to, I don't know, Guatemala, I'd have to learn their language, because I can't expect that whole country to, or whatever, to know my language. You know what I'm saying? I would have, if I go to Mexico, I'm going to have to learn, complete Mexican, or what's that called? A South American, what's a Colombian and all that. There's a lot of people with heavy accents, but they have their own language type thing. You know, you go to Hawaii, they're still speaking American, but it's so different. It's hard for American to understand them. You know what I'm saying? So it's the same language, but
Well, you don't have to go that far, man.
I'm just saying, you know, you're going to have to learn where you want to move to or where you want to hang out at. You know, that's only normal. If I go to Germany, I'm going to have to learn German. Period. You know? Here we go. Sue Ann says, Rich, when will you be moving Hubert to the dog bone tank? Pretty soon. It's just whenever Josh has time, because he only comes here and, you know, he's got certain things he's got to do. I've got a list for him. Get that done. If he's got more time, we can do the moving. Right now, it's not hurting anybody. Yes, Hubert's about 4 inches smaller than Hubie, I think his name is. And to swap them, Hubie would be in a 2200, Hubert would be in the 650, you know, so it makes more sense. Chris Hoffman says, Big Rich, how's your big deck? Doing just fine. Tyler says, Rich talks about his car. I'm like Homer Simpson staring at donuts, drooling. Tell you what, Tyler, if you ever come here, I will take you for a ride in that car. Sal Norton says, good sweet baby Jesus, she's fast. Not really. You know, like when I went against Gary Box in that movie Fulton's Point, you got to know 13 racers around Cleveland, and I was one of them. During the racing, I beat everybody with my street tires except for Gary Box. I'm sitting next to Gary Box. The guy's standing between us. He's got his arms up. All of a sudden, Gary Box hits his trans button and punches his floor, and the motor goes up to 5,000 RPM. So I don't have a trans brake, okay? So I'm having to hold on to brakes and give it about 3 grand RPM. Now, as soon as dude puts his arms down, Gary let go of his button, which means all that power got transferred through his body of his little tiny 67 Corvette
67, yeah.
and to the tires, through his little pumpkin of a rear end, to them huge tires, and the car sat and launched. My car went, wah, lifted up in the back end about 3 inches from the tires accelerating, and then started moving. By the time I hit third gear, Gary was out on me like 20 cars. I mean, there's no comparison. You know what I'm saying?
You put on a show and he's a showstopper.
Right. Right. His car was made to squat and skid, you know?
Yeah, I know.
Mine was made to look good.
Yeah.
Jens Carlson says 950. That's at, 842. So 950 at the rear wheel after I tuned it right is about 12 to 1,300 horse of the motor without the nitrous. So that motor is definitely 2,200 horse with the nitrous and the alcohol injector on it. But again, who needs that kind of horsepower when you can't put it to the street? It's just it's an adult sit and spin the way it is now.
Lori says good night.
Night, Lori. Thank you for watching for everything.
We're a little late. She's probably already off, but good
Yeah.
night, Lori.
Belisar says, you're very smart, Big Rich. You know, I hear that all the time. My kids are always like,
Finish it. A little crazy.
Even Jerry was telling me how smart I was the other day. Okay, let me get back. It's a reality. A little crazy with all that horsepower. Well, for sure. But to me, too much is never enough. I mean, you're making cake, you buy a can of frosting. No, let's buy 3. Let's make this beautiful, You're fooling around. Why reach that point once when you can reach it 5 times? Okay? Too much is never enough. It's always a good thing. Nunya Biden says, how's our love Tracy doing? Fish Rescue. The last thing you showed us was in depth about her spot. You did not have to do that. Thank you. Aw, for being a good human. Oh, I appreciate that. Well, you know, with her in the hospital, I thought that was the perfect time for I can show off everything without showing Tracy, you know. So I don't have to worry about her, you know, ever waking up and being like, I can't believe you showed me, you know. You know, it's just etiquette, I guess, or common decency. Oh, I saw dogfish. Bellstar says it should have been English. I'm talking about the halftime show, I guess. See, I don't understand why people got so upset about it. You know, it really showed 15 to whatever percent of the people, and they loved it. Of course, they're going to love it, and I don't have no problem with that. I believe the show should have been in English for the other 80% or 85%, whatever, and you know, whatever. But see, Jens Carlson says, okay, they don't need U.S. passports, but they are Puerto Ricans. There's a different language. They have their own society, their own way of life, their own, you know, way of doing things. They are not, okay, they're Americans in the sense of that, but they have their own country, their own lifestyle, their own way of doing things. They're different than this. So you can't say they're like, oh, it's still U.S. people. It is, but it's only 10 or 15% of it, you know? And I don't have nothing with it. I would love to go there and visit someday, you know?
The only thing that bothers me is the disrespect by not speaking English. I mean, 80% of the audience didn't understand the word he said.
Well, if you look up all the audience, you know, like at the stadium, the audience response, you got 100,000 people there just standing there. Nobody's like getting into it. Nobody's hooping and hollering. Nobody's screaming. They're just standing there while his whole show went on. It was horrible.
Like I said, the show wasn't any good to begin with, and then he wasn't even speaking English. Let Jerry drive that bad boy. No, thank you.
The only way Jerry's driving that is on the day he's moving out and he steals the keys.
That never happened. No, I don't borrow things that I can't afford to replace. If I could replace it, I'd take that thing for a ride easy.
Okay, Nunya Biden says, oh, Nunya Business. I just got that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Rich, don't give up on any human. He is like us, which he is. You know, he's just another guy with a different language. We are one and not separate. We do have laws, and we do need to know what you're saying. It is not a bad thing to say. Oh, well, I appreciate that. None of your business. Appreciate that. But again, it's none of your business. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
What's my favorite color? I don't know. It'd either be turquoise or purple.
Loren says, don't call me Leach. Leach is from the Addams family.
You're a leech.
That was Lurch, yeah. I know, American isn't a language. I understand. I changed it to English. You know, they should have spoke English. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, English is the root language. American is its own separate. So is whatever, Australian. It's just like Mexican and Cuban. Both of them are based on Spanish. But you can't hardly understand. They can't hardly understand each other.
Bell says, I want to go for a ride for sure. I've still got my old Harley. I got two of the Harleys. I got to sell the 99 Super Glide, and I got to sell, I'm sorry, the 2009 Super Glide, and I got to sell the 99 Softail because I don't like a black bike or a blue bike in my garage. I've got my red dirt bike, CR250. I've got my red Camaro. I've got my red toolboxes and tools, everything on the wall. I don't need a blue or black bike in there along with my new red bike. I love my red bike. So I need to sell those 2 bikes this summer.
He said, hello, fellow Englishman.
Hello. There's so many layers there, though.
The difference in terminology for things between languages with common languages is so funny sometimes.
Well, if you look at it this way on a sales point type thing, if you make a product and only 15% of the whole U.S. picks it up, you're doing shitty. The other 80% would have bought it if they liked it. You know what I'm saying? So that's the point. Timmy Tyrone says, I like the background in the new tank. Be better with all magnets off. Can't wait to see the new tank when the glass is installed. That's coming up soon, and all the magnets are coming off. Today's Friday. Tomorrow. We're taking them off tomorrow. It has had 7 days to cure. All the magnets are coming off, and I can finally put them back on all the tanks so we can clean them.
Hey, put it together in Thursday.
Right. But yeah, that's coming tomorrow. I've got 4 community service people coming in. Sue Ann says, Jerry, what's that patch on your bib?
It's an advertisement for the brand of bibs.
Okay.
It says Dickies.
Somebody says, are there still 3 catfish in the sump? We haven't removed them. Then we're waiting for the 4,000 to come back, right?
Yeah, the Wallaby Leary is in there. The Galaxis.
Galaxis?
The Galaxis. That big. It's second cousin to the ripsaw cat.
Granulosis.
Granulosis.
Thank you. Galaxis. So we got the big
Me and my
granulosis.
sci-fi. And the
Wallaby Leary.
The jelly cats. Still
And the
in there.
jelly cat. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
They're still in there.
And so is Godzilla. He gets along fine with them monsters.
Matthew Long says, why don't you guys ever show the tanks at the end of the 58,000 gallon pond? Because they're at the end of the 58,000 gallon pond.
Yeah, you answered your own
We can go back there, but we're at the back side of them. You know, all we see is the top and we can look down in. So we can't walk in front of them and show the tanks is the problem. Sorry about that.
I'll give you some angle shots maybe next time, but they haven't had any light on them for a while. And when we did put light on them, now we go, oh, well, we gotta clean them.
Look, it's Summer Lee. She knew. Granulosis, you old farts.
Yeah, thank you, Summer.
Look, I don't have no prejudice for anybody. I've
Well,
had
people
black
are
people
getting
living here.
it.
I have Indians living here. I don't care what nationality. You know what I care about? Is if you treat me good. If you treat me good, love you like family. That's it.
Godzilla is one of my favorite characters here.
Oh, the Mexican mustard turtle.
Yeah, you got respect.
You know, he used to be in that pool pond, and then we'd lose him. We couldn't find him. He'd get behind the backgrounds,
yeah,
and he'd be like 8 foot in, and there'd be a lump in the background.
Yeah, I remember.
But don't matter. We had to go in there and push the background to push him
Yeah,
forward.
you had to go down
And
there
get him, yeah, and he'd go find his way back again. So we had to take him out.
Yeah. His name's Godzilla because he can do an awful lot of damage in a very short period of time.
He does have the
You
big
just got-
claws.
You got to leave him with respect.
Sebastian says, what happened to your snapping turtle? We've gotten rid of every snapping turtle we got because we can't put them in the pool or something with fish because they will take a bite out of them. So we have rehomed every turtle we've gotten to turtle reptile people.
The last one we had went to a nice home.
Which home was that?
The one Moria. That was,
Everything we've gotten rid of goes to a nice home.
Well, I'm not.
That's our
wasn't what
mission
I
in
was
life.
saying. I was saying I was surprised.
Oh.
He has a pond just perfect for him. you know, it's, you know, we couldn't supply them with that good a home.
Gotcha.
I mean, we were
Well,
planning,
that's our main thing. Is
We were
we want to give a
planning on-
better home than
Yeah.
we can supply.
we were planning on extending that pond out there into a shallow for.
Yeah, I
so
remember
we put
that.
him out there for summer.
Yeah.
We had plans to dig it all out and everything.
I was going to right
I'm
under the
glad we
steps.
didn't have the
He was
men-
going to have his own little
I'm glad
pond
you
right
didn't
there.
have a damn community service back then. We'd have had that damn thing done.
Xanthi says dogfish is the only actual real fish, or are y'all pulling my pipster? You the only real fish here, Jerry?
The dogfish is a real fish. It's all over.
Sal
the
Norton
world,
says,
though.
are you guys close to doing something with the Dwight Howard tank? Yes. We bought an emerald tree boa, and we are setting up the fish tank in the front for the 3 archer fish we have. They're about 8 inches. They're big. We're going to put them up front and then have the tree boa in there. So we got to put, like we were going to do a live ground in there and do different animals in there, but it turns out the tree boa will eat them. Any toads,
He'll eat
lizards, all that
tortoises?
kind of stuff. Well, not a tortoise, but a tortoise we decided against because they'll go up to the glass and do this, and it'll destroy the tank.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So no tortoises in it. So we have to put in the astroturf that came with it and make it look good and just have a area for the emerald tree boa. We can put mice in there and let them run around the ground. The tree boa will come down and eat. We can also put crickets in there and have a vine going across the top of the tank in the front. And then the archerfish will shoot the crickets down and they'll eat that. So that was our plan. And we haven't got around to it yet, though. Sue Ann says the Dwight Howard would be awesome in the front dining room. That Dwight Howard is 9.5 foot tall. And that front ceiling is at like, I don't know, 80 inches. It's like
Yeah.
6.5. I can reach up and touch the ceiling right here. 7 foot ceiling. So I don't know what's going to happen with the Dwight Howard being an extra 2 foot taller. You're going to see it come out the roof.
There's a lot you could do with the Dwight Howard if you were willing to modify it.
Mhm.
But if you modify it, you're going to lose about 40% of its value.
Right now, it's got the value of being made on tanked, and it's got the value of being owned by Dwight Howard. And if we cut it up and make a macaw cage out of it, it's useless, you know?
Yeah, it used to be, is what all the best we can do. Boy, I'd eat mud skippers too. I'm sorry, I'm not reading it. Jens Carlson said mud skippers and boa with a question mark. No,
Timmy Tyrone says it would be great to see the video of feeding all the fish. Maybe give Jerry a camera. Okay, you'd have to give Josh a camera. He feeds all the big fish. And if you give Jerry a camera, you're going to have an old guy walking around slow, burping and farting. No, I'm kidding.
you're gonna have a good picture of my fingerprint. That's what you're gonna have. I joke about it out there. We're gonna tell, we're
What's
gonna harness a GoPro for Hubert.
Yeah. I have the GoPro for him.
He's a better videographer than I am.
Than all of us.
Actually, my phone is about 10 years old and it doesn't shoot good pictures. I can't. It's a bloody headache to even transfer pictures from my phone to Rich's to for him to try to put into any video.
I found out using Facebook
can't.
is a good way. You can transfer the picture to Facebook, and then you can go on Facebook and transfer it to anything you want.
Yeah, but I'm just not that good at taking pictures. The damn phone bothers me.
Harley Jem says Jerry's videos will be mostly his thumb.
Yeah. It's happened.
That is so true. It's so funny. It's
Yeah.
great. If you give Jerry a camera, he's going to try and turn on the TV. I'm loving life right now, Jerry. This is hilarious.
You got 5 more minutes.
5 minutes, we lose
No,
Jerry.
I do need to replace the phone.
Yeah, your phone's like
Charger's
5 years
been
old.
wore out. This thing's about 10 years old.
Harley Jem says, out of love, Jerry. That's why I tease you all the time. Out of love, brother. Xanthi says, how much pain in the ass is it going to be to sort the sump out? Well, it's going to be a pain, but we're going to do it. Josh has got them building a sump to handle the whole fish room with bio in it, so we can lose the wet dry filters and the sump completely, and put something in the back corner and have it sit on top, and then go down to a much smaller sump, and then all the tanks will get fed from there. So we're going to gain a lot of room back into that fish room for other tanks, which is good because we got that 600 gallon, which is only 2 foot wide, but 4 foot tall. And I think it's 8 foot or 10 foot long. That 600 gallons, a lot of show frontage. It can go up against the back wall, right where the sump is. It'd be great.
Yeah.
Timmy Tyrone says, think a bridge of some sort over the monster pool would be good. Your videos and see more monster fish. I have thought of this for years, brother.
I watched a video about a month ago that was from like 6-7 years ago.
Where I was talking
about a bridge over the freaking pond.
Here's my thing. Halfway over the bridge, I want a floor would open up and you can actually take steps down and be in a round, like, let's say, 1,000-gallon tank that's underwater. And the only thing holding it down is the bridge. So it would support the bridge in the middle. The bridge is attached on each end. And then you can get down inside of this 1,000-gallon tank and sit in a swivel chair and look all around you. You know what I'm saying? And see inside the pool. The only problem with that is now you got to get in the pool once a month and clean the outside of that oval tank for sure. But, you know, we've had plans for years for that. Bob Taylor says, what are you going to do with that sump? Well, the sump I don't know about, but the 2 wet dry filters in there, we're going to hook back up to the pool, and all the water, you know, going through, we're just going to have it to have bacteria alive for sure, and use it in many of our different filters we build. All right, guys. It's almost 8, but I've got one more drink left. So
His favorite color, blue, is a question mark. If you're referring to the question that I asked earlier, that shield and your star thing there are my 2 favorite colors. That turquoise blue and that color of purple. Those are my 2 favorite colors.
Matthew Long says, what happened to Matt's Monster Fish? Well, he got out of the fish business and sold us his tanks and all that stuff, gave us his fish, and then he used the money from the tank to buy his Mustang, and him and his kid goes to all these different car shows, and, you know, he got custody of his kid, so he's a single father raising his kid, and they go to car shows together and have fun. So he's doing good. I'm trying to get him back into the fish world eventually, but we'll see. And here's another thing I've talked about many times. Xanthi says, would it be possible to somehow dig next to the monster pond and make like a porthole or something, or too much to ask? Here was my dream. You know, we've got a 8 foot wide walkway between the pool and the fish tanks on that side. If we were to take 3 foot, 36 inches, dig down beside the pool, cut the pool and put in a piece of PVC, or acrylic glass there, you could actually walk down, walk next to the pool, see in the pool, and then walk back up on the other side.
You'd have to have about 3-inch acrylic.
Well, yeah, of course. It'll be like $20,000. But wouldn't that be something, though?
Yeah.
Here's the problem.
Well, it'd be up high enough, you could probably get away with 2-inch.
We would have to have like a lid that would close to cover the walkway down and back up so that people don't just walk down and fall into there. You know, that kind of stuff. Or railings or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We could have no plants there because the plants take up 3 foot on the edge and just go down next to the pool. But to do that, don't worry about it. To do that, we're going to have to empty the pool down because you can't have that weight on the pool as you cut that hole out in the side. You can't have the water pushing out and all that. And then we're going to have to put the acrylic in from the inside. But the problem is the pool goes, listen, the pool goes up at an angle and bends. We can't put a straight piece of acrylic there, you know? So, but I have dreams. Sebastian says, Rich, you just say you don't eat fish, but I just saw you drink a fish from your cup.
Yeah, he does that.
Amazing, Sebastian. Here, see over here, it looks like the cup's dark, but that's the rock behind me. See that? If I move over here, and there's a cup. Now let's do this. There we go. See the fish are right there. There they go. All right. Harley Jim says, yeah, Matt seemed like a good stand-up guy doing what his kid wants and interested in. Nice to see. Yeah, good people out there. Tyler says, hell yeah, you raised some amazing, smart kids, Rich. I hope my kids end up anything like yours. I try to do as much as I can for my kids, as much as possible. I just hope they're as good as yours. Well, you know what? I wasn't, a good person. I sold drugs in the 80s. I got kicked out when I was 15 because I was having all my girlfriends from school coming over, and I'm playing strip quarters my dad's he used to do pigeons. So we had a bunch of pigeons back there, and then I set up a table back there because my stepmother was evil, and I invite the girls over and we'd play strip quarters in there. And I had my little brothers in the windows outside looking in, watching the girls, So my dad found out, I'm messing with his pigeon coop, and he threw me the hell out. And I lived behind his barn there for 6 weeks. My younger brothers snuck me out blankets. I was living in a hammock between two trees in the snow, and I had a blanket over me. And that's how, and they'd wake me up for school, and I continued living like that until my father found out I was still living on his land and threw me out. So yeah, I was not a good, person. Once I had kids, I decided that's all I ever wanted was family. A family that I will not kick my kids out. I will not break up. I will not cheat on my wife. I will not do anything to ruin this family. You have a family. You have people there that care about you. I didn't have that growing up, So I became my own good person, and I hung out with my kids. They were my best friends, and I did what I could for each. Like Richie, me and Richie built that Camaro together. He loved cars. He loved sitting in that car, spinning tires. He loved it. He just had the time of his life. And then, Joshy, he didn't like cars. I guess we turned him against cars because we spent all of our time working on cars while he was a little kid. He just wanted to play video games, So he got into the fish tank. So me and him went around and we started buying tanks from auctions and closed down pet stores, and we turned it into this. So each kid has something they remember doing with their dad separately from the other kids. In other words, I can't leave Joshy the Camaro. That has to go to Richie because it was built with Richie. It was a dad and son thing together. And I just taught them because I took them everywhere. I never had a babysitter. I had my kids, so they went to work with me. They went to school, and then they did this, and they were out in the garage with me when I was working on people's cars, and we were laying in some carpeting or whatever. Everything I did with my kids, and they learned to become street smart and how to fix anything and how to build anything. And I brought them up. You don't need a woman. You want a woman, but you don't need her. You can cook for yourself. You can clean up after yourself. You can take care of your laundry. You can do this and that. You know what I'm saying? And that's the way I raised them. So raise your kids the same way, and find something they get into and do it with them. Like both kids were into video games, and I got into it with them. We did all the Final Fantasies together, the RPG games, and many others, Dragon Warriors, and all this other stuff. We did together, and I'd have the kids. Every time we'd reach a new city or something, and I can go in and get all new armor. I'd give the remote to the kids, and I'd have them go out and fight in the fields and build me up a bunch of stuff, and then I'd go buy the armor. The kids and I, we fought these things together. And it was awesome. It was awesome. Guppy says there have never been more beautiful words spoken. Oh, thank you. Ronaldo says, Rich, did you do any project with your oldest boy? No, he was raised by his stripper mom, and basically, she tried turning him against me, and I didn't talk to him for years because it took me like 5-6 years to find him because she moved away, and she got caught. Okay, we were together. We were going to be married. We were having a baby, And then she kept telling me she's hanging out with Pat next door. Well, it turns out 6 months later, I found out I got a call from one of my buddies, and he says, Rich, I thought Benita quit, stripping. I'm like, she did years ago, before the baby. And he goes, no, she's down here at Attitudes right now. I swear to God, she's got her hand on some guy's, lap, and she's talking to him and smiling. And I'm like, no, that's somebody else. He's like, no, bro, that's your wife. And I went next door, and nobody answered the door. So I loaded up the kids, and I went down, or there was only one kid at the time. I went down to Attitudes, and I walked in, and there she was. For one, she was smoking again. Two, she had her hand on some guy's lap and was all over him talking to him. I'm like, what the fuck? And it turns out she missed being the center of attention of all the guys. It didn't matter. Family didn't matter to her. To me, it was the most important thing. To her, she missed all the attention. She used to be the star of the show, the hottest girl in the show, the hottest girl in the bar, all that, and she missed that. And she was doing this behind my back. So I broke up with her that night, and I had the kid, and then she showed up, and blah blah blah, and ended up she took the kid because in the hospital I was supposed to sign some paper. She didn't tell me, but she signed it Richard Allen Eyman instead of Richard Allen Price. So 6 months later, comes back, he don't have my last name. And I asked her, I'm like, you promised this was Richard Allen Price Jr., my junior. And she was like, well, you weren't around. So now she comes with the cops, takes the kid because it's in her name, not mine, blah, 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 this kind of stuff. So it took me 5 or 6 years to find her. And then, because I can't take her to court until I find her address. I found her, I took her to court, I got father's rights. And then I started getting kids, I got them for a month through the summer and then every other holiday. And that's how I raised Richard. He was raised by her and her values, not mine and mine. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. That's just how it happened. So she was the hottest girl I've ever been with, but that don't mean shit. Having a family and having people there for you, the people who love you, people will fight for you, people will die for you. That's what matters. Love and family. But, every time he came over, we always, we didn't go on vacations until Richard was here. It's Richard's month in the summertime. We're going to Cedar Point. Richie gets an upgraded dirt bike. So did Josh, and then so did Richard. I had all these dirt bikes sitting there waiting for the kids to be able to ride them. And then, we'd go riding together, Hayden says, I dated a stripper. Needless to say, it didn't work out. Forget that. Yeah, dude. The most self-absorbed people on the planet. Just care about themselves. Don't give a shit about anything else, But,
Oops.
what?
Hold on. I just accidentally dropped off the channel.
You emailed somebody when you were supposed to text somebody?
No, I was checking on a text and I hit the wrong button.
Oh, Jerry, you're looking at gay porn. I'm kidding. He is not. I'm kidding. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry.
He's like, everybody.
See why I don't put up with his bullshit?
I gotta go take care of some people that need my help.
Oh, you stop. You're my dude. You quit. Manny Davis says, you are amazing, Rich, for what you do. Oh, well, thank you.
And the teacher leaves the room.
Tyler looks at Jerry. Porn, tisk.
I don't like seeing it if I can't have it.
Ronaldo says, I am done with strippers. Now I prefer sturdy women that can cook. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, I'm going to sit back there.
Harley Jem says, people on the stage are there for a reason, like the attention. Well, not necessarily true. I was on stage for over 30 years playing, guitar. And it wasn't because I wanted the money, but I did want notoriety. I did want to put out my own, CDs, my own, label, my own, music and all that. It wasn't so much for the attention. I like the attention, but I get more attention now as being Big Rich from Ohio Fish Rescue. I can go to these aquashellos and I have to sit there all day for 8 hours and sign autographs. That's kind of a bother to me. Not to tell you people don't come up and ask for an autograph. I'm just saying it's not what I was there for. You know what I'm saying?
Here, you need a G-string.
Did you rip off my G-string, Jerry?
That's all the G-string you need, man.
That's it? That little bit of string?
That'd cover you up.
This is my on and off for the fan up here.
Stay fishy, everybody.
Take care, Jerry. Thank you for hanging out.
Take my garbage.
Ah, Sue Ann put in $5 and said, thank you. Love you guys. Well, thank you, Sue Ann. Appreciate you. Ross Dingle says, Jerry has some good comebacks. Toast and Toad says, take a hit, Jerry, for his nonsense. Are you talking about me, Toast and Toad? Uh-oh. Sebastian says, now Jerry's going to pull a Cookie Mike. No, he won't. Uh-oh. Eric Roussel says, just look outside and it's snowing in Parma. Is it snowing already? We just had 3 days of over 50 degrees. Oh, shit. Let's go to weather. It says high winds. It don't say snowing here. 2% of snow. Winter storm for the East Coast this weekend, though. Uh-oh. All right. Even tomorrow, there's only 1% chance of snow. Day after 0, 0, 0, 1% next Wednesday, 1%. I don't see we're going to see no snow. Stephen Machin says, Jerry took his garbage after you blasted him in today's video. I did because that pile is Reaper's fault. This pile is Jerry's fault. And I'm not out here in the wintertime. You know what I'm saying? This is other people being lazy, making the place look messy. They need it. Reaper comes back from his shows. I understand it because Reaper comes back from his rescues and he's been driving all the way there. He worked there and then he drives all the way back. So he don't feel like messing with it. But the next time you're here, shouldn't you clean up that pile? I had them all nice and neat and stacked up and looking good. No, he don't do it. He grabs what he needs and goes, So Reaper needs to get on that. Jerry needs to stop being easy with himself, like, oh, I just put all this right outside the door. Because when you walk down that side house, this is the first impression of anybody. So don't make it worse. It's already worse, So that's all I was saying. Santi says, is that lobster a blue Australian crayfish? I believe it is. I tell you what, you go over there and he'll be sitting there and then you tap on the glass and he'll go, and he's just sitting there like this, like, mess with me, dude. he's something else. I like him. He got attitude. OBG Foster says, a line of snow from Avon Lake to Hudson, just missing OFR. Hudson is where Skylar lives. So she got snow. Oh, did I tell you guys? She sent me a message. Said she missed me. She was watching Scorpions or listening to Scorpions online, and she missed me because we used to do a lot of Scorpions, And I was like, oh. And she said she loved me and missed me. So Tyler says, I think I'm going to get out of here. Thank you all for another amazing Fishy Friday. Well, We might go on for another 10 minutes. We might go on for another couple hours, Tyler. You'd be missing out, brother. Well, you know, as mad as I was that Skylar treated me like, you know, shitty, she's done nothing compared to DJ. So, you know, forget it. I'm sorry I even brought it up in the first place. You know, I was just under the thing that, you know, I've taken care of you for so long. I've helped you out so much. I bought you this. I did that. Why are you treating me shitty now? That's what I was mad about. And now after DJ treats me truly shitty, she's fine. Craig Catfish says, hope she's well. I miss seeing her bubbly face. Well, you know what? She is working 3 jobs now. And she is in a pool tournament. She plays pool all the time now. So, Manny Davis says, you look good, Rich. Seems you lost more weight. I have. Hey, DJ Sucks, here's to you. The worst guy I've ever helped out. But yeah, I'm no longer near as mad as I was with Skylar treating me shitty. You know, she's just a young girl. And when I thought, you know, she treated me shitty, you know, where's your appreciation? Where's your, you know, I've done so much for you. I bought the cat for Tracy, and I ended up giving it to her when she moved out because she was that cat's mom. But that's, if you look back, it's $2,500 out of my pocket. I could have said, fuck that, that's my cat, you know. But in reality, that cat knew her as mom. She took care of that cat, and if she would leave, am I going to take care of that cat near as good? That cat was better off with Skylar. Don't matter what I spent my money on. You know what I'm saying? It was, I tried something with Tracy and it didn't work. So that's all that matters. So, you know, I was mad about the way she treated me, but, you know, nowhere's near now the way that DJ has done me. No. Skylar was a great person. Sebastian says, what's your ultimate weight goal? That would be right now my next goal. At 340, I spent my first goal at 325. My second goal was 300. My third goal was 275. And then my fourth goal is 250. Once I reach 250, I can see how I am, you know what I'm saying? I might go down another notch, but I might just add muscle from that point. It depends. Can I fit into my double X shirts? Can I fit into all? I've got like 19 pair of jeans that I can't fit into. If I can fit back into them and just make my top half bigger, I'm going to look better. You know what I'm saying? So it depends on what, there's my goals. But once I get to 250, can I fit into them jeans? If not, I might have to go to 240, maybe 230. Who knows? I don't know. Craig Catfish says, you look great now, Rich. Well, thank you. Harley Jim says, it would have been pretty hypocritical to keep the cat, given things a better home is the rescue's objective. That's what I'm saying. You know, no, I lost $2,500. But I can't look at it that way. She was definitely that mom's cat, or that cat's mom. She definitely loves that cat. That cat is no ways near better off with me than it is with her, you know. So when she left, I agreed to give her the cat. Take it, your mom. That's period, you know. And that's caring. Forget the money. You know, if it was all about the money, I would have kept the cat and resold it. And maybe got $2,000 back, or maybe $3,000. Who knows? The fact was, it's a beautiful cat, and she loved it, and it loved her. She took care of it. I can't think of a better place for that cat than to be with Skylar. So I lost some money. It's not a big deal. Ronaldo says, was DJ a friend of yours, or did you just randomly meet him? No, I've known him for 30 years. This is the first time I let him live with me. Hayden says, I need some Suan breakfast. That looks so good. Hayden says, a friend for 30 years. Bob Taylor says, to the pit of leeches. There you go, leech, everybody. Ethan Rock says, should be called the Rich Biography Channel. Yeah. Jess Carlson says, as long as the cat has a good home. Well, I miss him. And she sent me pictures the other day, and he's looking so majestic. That cat is like a little lion. He is something else. But I named him Loki for a reason. He is into trouble. I mean, he starts shit. You get a new thing, and he looks at you, and he's got his claw, and he looks at the thing, and he looks at you, and he scratches it, and you're like, no, and he looks at you again, and he scratches it, like testing you. You're like, you little son of a bitch. I said no, and then he scratches it up. And you're like, what did I tell you? You go over there, and you get him, and he runs from you, and then he's attacking the toy you bought him, and this and that, and at 3 o'clock in the morning, you're trying to sleep. And because she had her room, Skylar was actually this room, the live stream room. I had my room, but I had the kitty litter box and the cat tree, and all his stuff was in my room. He basically stayed in my room. And I don't know. He was just something else. And him and Skylar together were something special. That was mom and son, I called him Loki for that reason, named him Loki. And, Tracy didn't come out of it or nothing like that. So when it was time for Skylar to go, I let her take the cat because that's the best place for him. Harley Jem says, would love to see Loki. Well, here, I go here. I go to this. Go to this. Oh. Yeah. This is the last picture Skylar sent me of her with Loki. Let me see right there. There she is. That's her top of her hat. Her phone's covering her face. That cat's head is almost the same size as her face. Let me see if I can find another one. That's Skylar playing pool now. Where's more of Loki? Hang on 1 second. Come on. Step in the much. I'm doing it, guys. I'm doing it. Just hang on a second. All right. I don't see any more. All right. Viking cat, of course. Stephen Motion says, yeah, Rich talks about the dogs he's had, but I've never heard him talk about a cat. Well, I had this big, extravagant Maine Coon cat, and it was Tracy's favorite. And her last cat was a long-haired white Persian. I mean, this cat was amazing, but her brother has a German Shepherd, and we lived on the 3rd floor, and her brother lived on the 2nd floor. And somehow the door going up to our steps were open, and the cat got out, and the dog attacked it. And Tracy, screaming and yelling, and the dog was shaking it. And she grabbed the cat, and then she held it in her arms, and she held it for like maybe 3 minutes, and it died in her arms. This was her last cat. So she never wanted a cat again. And then, while she's in this, state, I got her the Maine Coon cat because this is like the cat of all cats. You know, this is like the cream of the crop. You know, and I got her this cat, and it didn't make a difference to her. So I let Skylar take it, and it's Skylar's cat now. It don't matter that I paid for it. You know, so. Yeah, let me see if I can find pictures on here of my stuff. Dun, 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 dun. Let's go to, where's it at? This one right here. Oh, here, you know what? I've got Loki's parents in here. Let me show you this. This is what a Maine Coon cat's supposed to look like. This is one of Loki's parents when we bought him. Look at that. And that's about how big Loki is now at Skylar's house. Or Skylar's father's house, because she got thrown out of her mother's house. So she's at her father's house now. But yeah, he's big. He's a huge cat. Huge cat. Hey, says, good Lord, that's a big cat. Look up Maine Coon cats, and they're all big. They're huge. Dreamland Allergic says, I think you were good for Skylar. She grew so much being there. A lifetime. Those who cross our paths always inspire. You know what? Her mother came here, and her mother, hugged me and said, thank you. I've got my little girl back. She was such a disrespectful little shit. And she moved in here, and I taught her how to, a value of $1 for one, how to be frugal, how to, look at this and that and try and try and save money, because every dollar saved is a dollar earned, and all this stuff. And why are you talking to your mom like that? You haven't talked to her in a week. Why are you talking? She gave you birth. Be good to her, this and that. And I taught her all these different things. And after a year or so of her living here, her mother came over and she was like, oh my God, I got my little girl back. Thank you so much. You've been such a good influence on her, and blah, blah, blah. And, so yeah, she became a better person. Mandy Davis says, you cheered me up tonight, Rich. Feeling better now on live stream. Aw, thank you, Mandy. Well, good thing, hope you're happy, fucking I want everybody to be happy. OBG Foster, but she got kicked out again. Okay. She's between her mother's and her father's house, and she can't get along, this and that, blah blah blah. They're fighting. But when she was here, I had to deal with her and her attitude and all this bullshit. And then her mother didn't have to. So when she was respectful to her mother was so happy. Now that she moved back in with her, the mother was this and that. She had to move in with her father. Then she moved out of her father's and moved back in with her mother. This time, it's not her fault. This time, she got really, really sick. She has COVID. And she took a test, and she definitely has COVID. Her mother can't get sick. She runs a business. So she told Skylar to move in with her father while she's sick. So I'm not even going into all that. So Skylar basically told me she got kicked out of her mother's. She's at her father's now. And wasn't because her mother couldn't get along with her. She's doing great. She's doing good. She's working all the time. So she's not there to agitate her mother, And she's not working for her mother no more. She works for 3 different computer companies. She quit working for her mother. And, they get along great now. But in this situation, her mother was like, I can't get sick. You need to leave. And she went to her father's house. So that's where her and the cat are staying now at her dad's house. And Dreamland says, people need to grow and move on. That's just life. You know what? After all the effort I put in, I wish she'd have just stayed here and showed me the fruits of my labor, and been a good person here. But her mother turned out to be such a, I don't know. She thanked me for being, the reason her daughter's such a better person now. But then, at the same time, do you guys remember Skylar is a center of attention type person? She kept calling her parents and telling them that I'm beating her and this and that for attention, and the poor pity me thing. And then the cops would show up at my door, and it was like 6 times. Every time the cops would come to my door, I'm like, "What are you talking about?" "Oh, we're here to do a wellness check on Skylar." "Okay." "Hey, Skylar, the police are here, want to talk to you." So she'd go to the door and, no, everything's fine. She had no bruises on her, of course, and they'd leave. Well, it turns out it was her mother calling all this time. And so now I don't talk to her mother because you're such a two-faced lying, fuck you. And then I didn't even know it for sure at the point until Skylar was moving out. And, I didn't kick Skylar out. I told Skylar, you have to treat me nicer or you're going to have to move out. I can't keep taking this. And she chose to move out. She called her father. He came with a, U-Haul, and her mother's on the phone. And I'm like, look, she's going to have to, I'm talking to her mother. Her boat's here. I can't store it. She's going to have to take her boat. I will have Reaper bring it over, drop it off at your house tomorrow. And, that'll be, no, F you, blah, blah, blah. If you do that, I'm calling the police. I'm like, oh, you said you'd never call the police on me. So you're the one calling the police all this time. She's like, no, blah, 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 this and that. And I was like, look, it's not my problem. She's not my child. I told her to treat me nicer or move out. She chose to move out. Now she's moving in with you. The boat's coming to your house. I don't want it here. I have a boat, and I've got hit with the city with a 10-day thing that I'm not allowed to have 2 boats at my property. I'm going to bring it to your house, and I guarantee you I can drop it off and leave within 2 minutes before the cops would show up. And she's screaming and yelling at me. I just handed the phone back to Skylar, and I helped her father keep loading the truck. And I did not do that. I did not take it over there. It was like, I don't know, a month later, she found a place for the boat, and then, somebody took it. So, Jens Carlson says, how about the dollhouse trade? I don't remember that. I remember, working on her dollhouses, helping her out, making them better, that kind of stuff. I don't remember all that. But Dreamland Allergic says, we are watching the fruits of your labor and how well Skylar is doing. Brats always test us. You got to love him anyways. The one thing Skylar loves you, sends you pictures to, shows she cares. That's still, the other day when she sent me, and I was listening to Scorpions, I Miss You and Love You. I was like, ah. I felt like, I wanted to grab my grandkid and hug her, I was like, oh, that's so nice. So she still thinks about me, of course. Sue Ann said she always said she had a plan. I don't know what that plan was, but Ronaldo says, Rich, where's John been doing the rescues with Mark and Reaper? Mark, I don't know if I should disclose all this. Mark was still living with his ex-girlfriend who is now seeing somebody else. So that was a bad situation. He ended up moving in with Reaper. So now Mark pretty much has to go on everything with Reaper because Reaper's giving him free rent. So that works out well for the two of them. John, he went from girlfriend to girlfriend to girlfriend, and he's in all this bullshit. And, now he bought some land in West Virginia, and he goes down there four-wheeling and all that. And he's just not been around lately for him to go on the rescues. You know what I'm saying? Nothing bad. It's just he's busy, All right, what's the next questions? How about asking questions of what I can play on guitar? What songs do you guys know? Ask and I'll tell you if I can play it or not. Remember, I was in a band for over 30 years, and then I left and went to another band. I was in probably 10 bands before that. I probably know over 400 songs. Can't remember them all right now. But I used to play 4 hours, 3 nights a week, playing all these songs. You know, I can't remember all of them right now, but I can play them and remember a bunch from it, you know. Oh. What about the guy Luke? Luke still goes with us, but you know, he's raising like, I don't know, 4 kids with his new girlfriend now. He don't really have much time either. He's got to work and you know take care of the family, plus get away to do it. He still, you know, goes out with us every once in a while. Richard John says my partner Mandy Davis has just had some good news. The hospital has, after cancer being said, the doctors. So all she's been doing is watching you each week. That don't make sense. After being said, the doctors. Okay, maybe she don't have cancer now. I don't know. All she's been doing each week is watching you guys and cheering up. Ah, well, that's great that we can cheer her up. Aiden says some Metallica shows how it's done. I definitely know. Sheesh, there's a lot. Seek and Destroy. What's that one? Shit. I can't remember the name of it. And then I know Master of Puppets, and then Four Horsemen. What else I know from Metallica? I don't remember. There's a lot of Metallica songs I know though. And anything that I don't remember, I can just start playing a little bit and then be like, oh no, that's wrong. Oh, no. Oh, here it is. And I start playing it, you know. It's just muscle memory and memory in your mind. And you get, oh, Master of Puppets I know too. Yes, thank you. The bell starts to play for us. I tried it before and the speakers really freaked out the mic and all that. I need like a audio interface for the computer to put it on, give you distortion at a low volume type thing. Oh, Richard Jones says she's been cleared by the doctors. Well, that's awesome. Oh, Bob Taylor, anything from April Wine. I have not played April Wine, but I love Rollers. I love Gypsy Queen. I love there's a second one next to Roll. She's a roller. Roller, baby. And then there was another one. Man, I loved April Wine. That was one of my songs or jams back in the day that I always April Wine. Oh, it said April 1. Come on. WINE songs. Boom. Okay. Just between you and me, it was a bullshit. Roller. I Like to Rock was the other one. Oh, I loved that. You know, they were great. Ethan Rox's first riff I learned from was Zeppelin Black Dog. Yeah, Black Dog was a you know, it's like a Cat Scratch Fever. You know, you learn these things, you know, but you got to learn the whole song. Alice Cooper, yes, we did $1 Billion Babies. $1 billion babies. And then in the middle was that talking part. We did that. We also did 18 and another one. Alice Cooper songs. I can't remember the third one, but we did another one. Oh, Alice Cooper Goes to Hell. We played that. We did not play Schools Out, but good song, Alice Cooper, or I'm sorry, OG Foster. We did not play that though. But $1 Billion Babies and Alice Cooper Go to Hell. was great. It was fucking awesome. Love them songs. Hey, School of Rock. No, we didn't play no School of Rock. I was pretty much done by the time that movie came out. Be My Frankenstein. Great song. We did not play it. We did things like Orion. We did, which is Metallica. It was an instrumental, but God dang, it was a hard instrumental. I did Metal Church by Metal Church. What else? We did a lot of shit. Judas Priest, Living After Midnight, Breaking the Law, and Metal Gods. And also Grinder. We did 4x Priest. Then there was, we did Crazy Train. We did the God's Rock and Roll Machine. Yes, yes, yes. I love that song. I was actually up on stage with the Gods back in the 80s. They pulled me up out of thing, and because I was lip syncing every word they were singing, and I got to go up onto it was a flatbed truck that they were singing off of at Sabres in the Flats. Sabres was the bar. Across the flats was a gravel parking lot, and they were playing on the back of a flatbed. And Eric Moore pulled me up on the stage because I was singing everything and pulling me towards the mic, and I got to start off with, the whole talking section of the Gods. Now dig up, y'all. Now we stoned to the bone, and we hot and sweaty. Look at us. We're everything your parents ever warned you about. It was the greatest moment of my 17-year-old life. It was amazing. I loved it. Oh, we did Blow Us a Call. Yes, of course. We did Godzilla. We did Don't Fear the Reaper. Shit. I don't remember any others, but that was, I have a list of like over 400 songs. It's hard to remember everything, One of my favorite songs was Slither by Slash after he left Guns N' Roses. I forget the name of the band. Shit. But it was a drop C tuning. I love that song. Oh, we did Three Doors Down. Before You're Gone? When You're Gone? Something like that. Let me see. Three Doors Down songs. When I'm Gone. Oh, I love that tune. And I was playing bass on that one. We'd switch up. I'd hand the guitar to the singer, and I'd take the bass. Velvet Revolver. Yes, that was the band. Thank you. Love that. Let me see. We played Ted Nugent, Stranglehold, Cat Scratch Fever, Dog Eat Dog. We played Slayer. What was that? Down. I forget the name of the Slayer tune we played. Oh, shit. Seasons of the Abyss. Thank you. We played a lot of heavy techno. Oh, a lot of Iron Maiden. Hallowed Be Thy Name. 22 Cajun Street. We played Run to the Hills. Shit. Ethan Rock. Same shit Dime loved to play. Of course. I am all about Dimebag Darrell. That was everything. I love that man. I mean, I've never been gay in my life, but if I was to be gay, it would be Dimebag Darrell or Zakk Wylde. Those two are the greatest guitarists I've ever met in my life. I'm kidding too, also. Sue Ann says, I was that many years old when I learned Ted Nugent didn't sing most of his music. You know what? He started out singing all of his music. He did. He sang, you know, Cat Scratch Fever, Great White Buffalo, Stranglehold. He did all this shit. But as he got older, he hired people to sing so he could play guitar. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Ted Nugent was an amazing person that I followed big time. Bob Taylor said, so who did the singing? He was in many different bands, you know, so many different people sang, you know, so we can't answer that music or that at all. Let me see. What else did we play? Actually, let me go on here. Go to here. I actually got some sort of a list. View my channel and then go to, where's it at? Band songs. Okay, do that playlist. Lit, My Own Worst Enemy. We played that. Megadeth, Symphony of Destruction. Animals by Nickelback. Enter Sandman. We did Something in Your Mouth by Nickelback because that was hilarious. We couldn't play that song without laughing. It was hilarious. We did Nirvana, Smells Like Teen Spirit. We did Holy Diver by Dio. All right, let me look for more lists. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, we did Master Puppets, Living on a Prayer. All right, let me get off of there. I have some somewhere's in here. Let me get in my file. Oh, here we go. My files. All right. Internal storage. Music. No. Download. I have papers downstairs in my briefcase that has all the songs listed, but man, we played a wide variety. Yeah, Bob Taylor says so. I'm sorry. Ethan Rock said, I'm sorry. He said Ted was the shit back then. He definitely was. Man, my favorite song by Ted Nugent after Stranglehold is Great White Buffalo. You know, there's Wang Dang, Sweet Boon Tang, you know, Motor City Madman, all that kind of shit, but nothing hits me like Great White Buffalo because I'm a lot of Indian. I got a bunch of Indian in me. And, you know, that Great White Buffalo tune, you know, it's just amazing. And it just hits me. Oh, we did a Great White song. What's that tune? Remember their whole fucking, the bar burned down during that song. Great White. Shit, it's hard for me to remember. I'm trying to remember singing it. Give it what you got. She got mine. Once bitten, twice shy. We did that song. Oh, we did. What was that song by Wild Cherry? Fuck, I forget the name of that. Hey. Oh shit. That was a great funky tune. We had different singers throughout the year, so we did different songs. OG Foster says, Wild Cherry only had one song. Play that funky music, white boy. Yes, they had many songs. That was the only one that went, national. But it was a fun tune to play. I was playing at Men Are on the Lake, and and my string broke. So the band kept on going, and I changed the string before the center of the song kicked in, and I had the new string on and went back to playing in front of the crowd. Everybody was fucking losing it. It was great. Oh, we did Warrant, Down Boys. Where the Down Boys go, whoa. We also did Uncle Tom's Cabin. Oh shit, yeah, Warrant was awesome. And we were doing them back when Janie was still alive. Come on, name some more. We'll see. Bring some more memories back to this old mind. We did not do no 2 Live Crew. Sorry. Let me see. Did a lot of Priest, Iron Maiden, 22 Acacia Avenue. Hallowed Be Thy Name was one of our main things. We did not do no Eagles. Sorry. Which is Tracy's favorite song. Mandy says good night. See you, Mandy. Take care. Tracy's favorite song in the world is, Eagles, Hotel California. I play it for her all the time. It's on her list. Along with OG Foster says, this is funny. This is funny. Let me show you this. Let me go back to here. Let me go to here. Let me go to band songs. Let me go up here. Bass songs. Okay, here's the other songs we did. Get out of here. You all. Okay, here we go. Guitar songs. Here's another one. Megadeth, Symphony of Destruction. Warrant, Down Boys. Fastway, Say What You Will. I played the shit out of that. Judas Priest, Breaking the Law. Metallica, Enter Sandman. Weezer, Hash Pipe. Megadeth, Sweating Bullets. Weezer, Beverly Hills. Zombie, Thunder Kiss 65. Ozzy, Crazy Train. Guns N' Roses, Sweet Child of Mine. Motley Crue, Kickstart My Heart. Judas Priest, Grinder. See what else I can find. I got a lot of songs. I mean, once you got a thing of 400 songs in your past, you can pull up pretty much anything. Old songs. Oh, let me see what else I can find. Oh, we did System of Down Chop Suey, AC/DC, Back in Black, Welcome to the Jungle. We did Simple Man by Leonard Skinner, Alien Ant Farm, Smooth Criminal. ZZ Top, LaGrange, Zeppelin, Whole Lot of Love, Ram Jam, Black Betty, Deep Purple, Perfect Strangers, Black Sabbath, War Pigs, Slow Ride, Foghat, Scorpions, Rocky Like a Hurricane, Poison talk dirty to me. Accept balls to the wall. Quiet Riot, bang your head. Running with the Devil, Van Halen. Deep Purple, knocking at your door. Def Leppard, fooling. Rush, Working Man. Warren, Uncle Tom's Cabin. Oh, Sweet, Fox on the Run. That was another one. Ooh, I always wanted to do Darkest Days, Porn Star Dancing. But that was after I, out of the band thing. Love that song. Motley Crue, Girls, Girls, Girls. Pantera, Walk. Hell yeah. And we also did Domination, Walk, and some Cowboys we did. Oh, Bachman Turner Overdrive. We did, what was the name of that song? Oh, shit. I have to click on it. Hang on. You ain't seen nothing yet. That was it. Oh, shit. Don't Bring Me Down, ELO. 38 Special, Hold On. Lover Boy, When It's Over. Scorpions, The Zoo. Loved that song. Zeppelin, Good Times, Bad Times. Loverboy, Every Minute of It. Shit. I'm only going through the songs that I can play all the way through. So there's a lot listed here. Like The Gods Go Away and Candy's Going Bad. We never actually played them out. Oh, Rat Way Cool Jr. we played. Anyways, you get the gist. We had a bunch of songs we used to play. Oh, you guys have been talking nonstop. I've been ignoring you. All right. Let's see what we got here. Oh, we did Rat too. Way Cool Jr. and what was that other one? Was it Wanted Man? I think. I don't remember. Hayden says, Big Rich is jack of all trades. I strive to be that man one day. Well, thank you. No, we didn't do any Stray Cats. They had that bluesy, Stray Cat strut, thing, but we didn't do it. We were more mental, more intense, domination, Cowboys from Hell, Pantera, Slayer, we love that shit. Oh, Sue Ann says BTO, Bachman Turner Overdrive, and 38 Special was our first concert. That had to have been awesome. The Vasquez family says MacGyver Rich. I tell you what, there ain't nothing I can't fix. I fixed everything with as cheap as possible. My sons are like looking after my houses now. And they're like, "What the fuck, Dad?" I'm like, "Yeah, I made it work. They paid their rent. Everyone was happy." And they're like, "Yeah, but it's not up to OSHA standards." I don't care. They need a new furnace, I put a furnace in. They need a new, I put it in. And now they're like, "Oh no, we can't buy one used. We have to buy one new." Okay, that's your posh attitude. I never had to buy one new. So they took off my hang on the wall water heater and put in a round tank. They took off the tankless water heater and put it in a tanked water heater at one of my properties. I'm like, why would you do that? That thing that hang on the wall is like $1,400. I bought it for $75 from somebody because it didn't work, and I got it working. You know, that's great. Now you got this big tank down there. Well, it works. Okay, guys, whatever. You know, tankless is definitely better. Oh shit, it's already 9 o'clock. You know how I noticed? My cup is almost empty. Well, it is empty. It looks empty. This is the free empty cup. No, but it's got like this much alcohol in it. So I look down and 9 o'clock, it's time. So you guys got maybe 15 minutes. I can finish this. Whatever questions you want, shoot. Oh, let me ask you this. See, my mustache comes down to right here. Would you guys like me to finish it and bring it down to here like my old, it's called a handlebar mustache? That's the way I used to be. And bring it all the way down to here. Now it's only up to here. It matches my bottom lip. Should I grow it down the rest? Harley Jim says, no, sip slowly. He says, let's do an all-nighter. Oh my God. Unless we were engaged in something, talking nonstop, or I didn't matter about the time. I don't care about the time. But you got to make my time pass. If I'm sitting here, it's better than sitting in the other room and I'm not talking to nobody. I'd rather talk to people. So. Summer Lee, thank you for posting all these things all night long. You're the greatest. Probably Jim says, too old for all-nighters right now. Hell no. I do an all-nighter Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and Thursday night. I watch Tracy from 3 o'clock in the afternoon until 7 o'clock in the morning, and then I don't get to bed until like 7:30, quarter to 8, and I get to sleep from 8 until noon when community service shows up here. Them 3 nights. I'm still old enough to fucking do all-nighters, motherfucker. Oh, shit. Hayden says, sounds like we got to put a ring on it. What the hell? Let's start an OFR GoFundMe for an all-nighter. Hey, if there's money involved, I'll do it. If it benefits the rescue, I don't care about my time. Hey, Harley Jeff says, I'm too old and broken for all-nighters. Here's the Harley. That's hilarious. And that is it, guys. There's the end of my cup. Tell you what, because I love you guys. I'm going to go make me a drink. You guys talk amongst yourself. I'll be right back. Maybe we can make it last another half hour. Oh, do you guys notice? I get up out of the chair much easier now. I used to be like, oh, ow, ooh, ah. And I just get up and go now. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Uh-oh. Stephen Ochin says, wait, hold on. Let me go back a little bit more. Hayden says, yes, Big Rich is in. Let's do it. I'm going late tonight. Y'all got to like and subscribe for this common fishy family. Of course you do. Stephen Mochin says, a lot of ooh and ahs on today's video. No, I walked into a milk crate and I hurt my toe bad. It took my pinky toe, got inside the crate and ripped it sideways as I was walking by. Oh my God, that hurt. I didn't, what you heard was very minimalistic to what I had to go through. So sorry about that. Harley Jim says, Rich not grunting with every shift and movement. Yes. I mean, that's a major difference. I mean, a major difference. Here, let me take this off. There you go. All that is a piece of material, you know, a green material that's the same green that's back there. Because behind me, here, let me shut it off. Let me go to this. Let me go here. Come on. Turn this off. Boom. Now it's all black, but it's not black. It's actually this green screen right here. Oh, this is black too. This is green. See, it's just a circle. It's what the camera's picking up and saying that that's what we got to void out. It's just a circle, you know, of material. That's all it is. It's just a little piece of material, and you know, it does the green screen effect. When I add the background like this, now everywhere, you know, it shows it there. And if I take this back up, you know, I could put it right in front of me or turn it sideways. You know, it's just a piece of material, and I can do my face like that, you know, or I put it on my chest, boom, cover that up, put my hair in front. There we go. And all right, let me go back to this. Dreamland alerts. I ever doing live panel? Can you stream? I did StreamYards, and they charge $197 a year. It was horrible, and you know, it was terrible. There is a way you can do it with OBS. I just have to learn it, and I haven't gotten into it yet. So we can do it with OBS. Jens Carlson says, "Wow, I still got a bit of vodka too, Rich. Good. Drink up, girl." Yeah, and then, you know, okay, like today's video, people are like, you know, they go on and they put a video out, or I'm sorry, they put a post out. And, you know, they say stuff like, oh, all I see is you, an old man walking around complaining about other people not cleaning their mess when it's your mess to clean them. That's not it at all. You guys understand how hard it is every other day to make a video and what to talk about? It's always got to be different, right? You know what? When people complain or people make an issue out of something, I can, you know, see, people say, Big Rich, you're addressing these people. Don't even talk about them. But see, that gives me something to talk about. You know, like I don't know. It's just, okay, there's something, you know, this person said this. I can talk about that. I'm not complaining about them. I'm not going, oh, poor me, you know, blah, blah, blah. This person said that. You know, I'm just like, hey, let me address this. It gives me something to talk about. And everybody's like, oh, you shouldn't do this. You shouldn't talk about this. You shouldn't, you know, blah, blah, blah. You know what? I'm looking for any reason to have any kind of anything to say online because we've talked ourselves out. You know, we're talking the last 11 years, you know, every other day making a video. Come on now, you run out of shit and then it gets repetitive. Do I want to do another feeding video? To you guys, it's not normal because you don't see it for a month, but we just did it a month ago. We just did 30 videos of different things, and now we're repeating. You know, it gets so bad. So, I don't know. Okay. Somebody said something about how long my mullet is now. I don't know, but you know, I can do this. It's back to almost like in the shower yesterday. It got caught in my butt cheeks. Okay, so I know it's close to back the way it was when I got into the Guinness Book of World Records, but after the Guinness Book of World Records, I was in the fire, and I don't know if you guys can see. Can you see this right here? This white spot on my arm. That's all that's left of. If you guys remember, where I pulled up my arm, this was white. This was all burnt through here. The whole side of my face was burnt. I had no eyelashes. I had no eyebrows. I had nothing. It was all burnt off. And my hair was, singed shorter. And then after that, I was air blowing the driveway and my hair got sucked into the air blower. So I had to cut off like 10 inches there. So my hair was really short compared to what I was in the Guinness Book of World Records. And it's taken me the last 2 years, but now I'm back to almost the Guinness Book of World Records, because I noticed that because when I turned around, hair got caught between my butt cheeks. And I was like, oh, what the hell? And I had to pull it up. I haven't done that in a while. So now it's getting caught back there. So we're getting close to as long as it was when I was in the Guinness Book of World Records. Yay, a story with an injury. We can't have one of those without the live stream without one of those. Well, if I'd have known I was going to get caught in that fire, I wouldn't have been there. If I'd have known my hair would have been sucked into that damn air blower, I wouldn't have been wearing it and blowing all the driveway clean. So I'd have made somebody else do it. I did not want to lose my hair, and I lost like 10 inches in one and at least 4 inches in the other. So I'm 14 inches shorter than I was in the Guinness Book of World Records. So now it's coming back. The only thing I miss is back in my band days. See this hair here? This is actually from the behind. This is the back side back here, right? This hair here, all this hair on the side was just as long. And I used to take all my hair, I'd do this, and I'd pull it in like Pippi Longstocking, ponytails, and I would take this and I would tie it behind my back. And I'd have a ponytail right here. And then I would do a ponytail lower with everything from here down hanging out the ponytail. So I had 2 ponytails in the back and hair hanging down still. And I used to love that. But, now, it's different. OBG Foster says, I've done the double ponytail, very convenient. Well, it was nice because like this part right here was short and then all of this was long and I can tie it in a ponytail and then I can tie, 3/4 of this in a ponytail and then still have long hair and I could ride my Harley, it was great. Which now I've got, let me show you this. This is the Harley I'm talking about now. I don't know if you all seen it or not, but go back out of here. Go back out of here. All right, this one right here. All right, here we go. This was at the end of last summer. I just bought this Harley. Okay. Now, let me get it up and running. Okay. Watch it. Oh. Look how happy I was on that thing. Big motor, big Harley. It was great. I love that bike. And then I spent all winter now chroming it out. So this summer, that bike is a showpiece. I got neons on it. I've got a camera pointing forward, a camera pointing reverse, a DVR. I got TPS sensors, which is the tire. It shows you the amount of pressure in the front tire and the back tire. And I've got a machine on it that has 2 Bluetooths to it. Basically, you know, you just have to put your phone to the thing and then it vibrate and it could fall off. Now your phone can stay in your pocket. The machine hooks to your phone, has all of your music, has all everything, and then road maps and everything on it, but it Bluetooths to your pocket. And then it sends a second Bluetooth out to your headphones in your helmet. So it was great. You know, I've got that all hooked up. Uh-oh. What's going on here? Okay, I'm back to the point it skipped to. Roadkill says you're a bloody busy man. Jens Carlson says I got bullied tonight. How? Dreamland says I use free StreamYards, mic and speakers, piss on all the expensive stuff, but you can't have you know, guests in. You know, to do that you have to pay their $195 a year or whatever. Uh-oh. Hayden's put in $100. No shit. Says, we love you, Big Rich, and the OFR. Thank you for staying late. Fishy family is real, and we will always be here for you, Big Rich. P.S. I've got long hair as well and may give you a run for your money. Okay. I will visit the rescue one day as a dream of mine. Come on out, brother. Come on out. If your hair is as long as mine, we'll have a drink off, okay? And if we can drink the same, we'll have an eat off. We'll just gorge in food, okay? We'll have a cook off so you can cook better. I mean, we'll figure out, you know, who's the alpha male. We will figure it out. But thank you. Thank you for the $100. That's amazing. Thank you. Oh, J Rod says, hey, can I ask you a question about getting a motorcycle license? What is the hardest part about learning to drive a motorcycle? I'm trying to get my motorcycle license this year, Rich. Okay, for me, the hardest part is the vision test because I'm missing one eye and this eye's blurry as shit. But you can get past that, okay? On the road part, it's not really that hard. I would take like a scooter would be phenomenal. Somebody's sport bike, you know, I have to take it on my son's 1000 RR Fireblade Edition Honda 1000 RR. Okay, what they tell you to do is, you know, pull up here. All right, now we need you to give it gas and get up there and then stop between these cones. So, and you stop. That's okay. It's pretty simple. It's really simple. I was worried about it, and then, you know, boom, done it, and it was very simple. I wouldn't worry about it if I was you. Just okay. In my idea, I had Harleys with ape hangers. You can't run these there. They want you to turn, they want you to stop at a certain point. That makes it harder. Get somebody's scooter or a crotch rocket, and you'll pass it, no problem. It's very simple. And he says, no, thank you, Big Rich, for always being real and telling us how it is. I've been an OFR man for a while now, 6 to 8 years. No shit. #1 channel forever. Well, thank you. Oh my God, that's fucking awesome. See, here's the thing. I try and tell everybody exactly what I've gone through. So if you have to go through it, you don't have to do what the wrong I did. And it helps people. And as long as I'm helping people, I'm doing something good in the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? So I believe that 100%. And, you know, all these people are like, you know, this and that and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, you're a fake. No, I'm not. I video. I don't replay anything. I'm like, okay, that wasn't good. Let's retake that. We don't do that. We just video what happens while we're here working. You know what I'm saying? Actually, videoing gets in the way of us doing work. So it's a hassle to video. But it helps people out. You know, like when we built that 3,000 gallon tank, it lasted us 7 years before it got a leak. And now we have it and we're going to put it in the backyard and fix that little leak and have it as a koi tank in the backyard above our pond. You know what I'm saying? People can learn from what we did, and other people are like, oh my God, it has to be like this. It has to have an inch of wood and a half inch of styrofoam under the tank. No, we've never done any of that except for tanks above 300 gallons. Then we'll put some styrofoam under it or something. And that only helps you if you don't adjust the floor right. You need to have your stand level. So if 3 points are hitting the floor and that one's got a 1/4 inch of travel and you fill it with water, it's going to sag down there, which is going to put major pressure on that corner, and that corner will end up leaking. It's to me, it's common sense, but we can teach so many people from our wrongdoings that we can, help other people out big time. And, that's good. Felix Ishkabibble says, please be careful on that damn thing, Rich. Oh, I've been riding bikes all my life. I started when I was 15. I had a Honda 125. I drove to Florida when I got thrown out. I ended up getting, what was my next bike? A Kawasaki 750 LTD in 1981. And I drove that bike for years doing 5-gear wheelies on it. I mean, and then I went into the Cal 900s. I had like 5 Cal 900s. I was always into bikes. So, yeah, I don't have to be careful. OG Foster says, I want to see you do a Wilford Brimley mustache. Is that all the way down? Is that what you're saying? The handlebar mustache? Because right now mine end right here. I've had it down before. I just don't like to look old because my hair comes into my face and it's gray. I have to keep shaving. My mustache is gray. My hair is still a little brown. But on the sides, look at all the brownness, and then look at the top. It's all my natural color. You know what I'm saying? So now you can see how light the top is. But if you don't look at that, it still looks a light brown. But my mustache is straight silver, Jens Carlson says that mullet on the bike. Yeah, did you like when I passed by, my hair hanging down was doing this like curly thing? It was so cool. J Rod says, hey, can I ask a question about you getting a motorcycle license? What is the hardest part about learning to drive the motorcycle license? I'm trying to get my motorcycle license this year. I already told you that, and I think I answered you before. You put up a second question before I answered it, so I'm not going to answer that. But the hardest part is actually passing the on-the-road test. Once you get your temporary license and you're on the road, the rest is easy. Just don't take, your old man's Harley there with ape hangers. Take like a scooter or a small bike or a crotch rocket, in that order. Hayden says, honestly, I just wanted to be the #1 chatter for a while now. I think I got it. You absolutely got it tonight, Hayden. Here's to Hayden. Thank you, brother. J-Rod says, yeah, I've been driving a moped that goes about 50 miles an hour, and it's a Yamaha Mino, Rich. You know what? That's a perfect thing to take your test on. They don't care. As long as it's some sort of motorcycle, could be a moped, it don't matter, as long as it's a motorized vehicle that's you have to have license to be on the street. That's it. Jens Carlson says, I know you're 100% real, Rich. Oh, thank you. J. Rod says, I appreciate you so much, Rich. Oh, that's awesome. Summerly says, how is the turtle in the tank at the back of the monster pond? Oh, that's our other turtle. I forget what he is. But he's doing good. He's doing great. Hayden says, you're a welcome, Bellstar. Love the OFR. Oh, that's awesome. Christine Barnes says, was timed out by Brittany Ziblis. Oh, Brittany's still here. Love you, Brittany. Actually, me and Jerry were talking about the other day. I got in a bunch of stuff to cook. And he was like, you know, you still owe Brittany that video. I'm like, you're right. And it was, what were we going to make? Banana pudding. Homemade banana pudding, not banana pudding, instant pudding, and then whipped cream. Homemade banana pudding. Make yourself, and it tastes so much better. You know what I'm saying? We were going to do that for you. And I haven't made it yet, but I have the stuff in my fridge to make it. My problem is, if I make it, I might eat some. You guys don't know, but you know, Brittany Ziblis is an amazing friend to OFR. Her husband is the one that, his company is the one that built the steel tanks for us, and they did it at cost. We paid for the metal, they welded it all together, and then we paid for shipping, and we got them here. We've got one more tank to build. It's the only place we can build on, and it's going to be a huge thing. But, you know, we haven't asked them yet. But it's the only way we can add on to this place and beat Rod in the, you know, tanks situation. Because this one's going to be like 40,000 gallons. Huge. But, you know, Josh has got to talk to AJ and, you know, Brittany's husband and all that kind of stuff yet. So we got to do some things. But we've got plans. We always have plans. We usually have like 10 or 12 plans, and then we'll see what works out, you know. Oh, no, that's not it. There's my cup. Oh, here. Let me pour my cup into my disappearing cup. There we go. Now I got this my cup. Bellstar says, that's awesome. We love them. Brittany and AJ are amazing friends to the Ohio Fish Rescue. Yeah, actually, we went out to Chicago to do the Greg Woodstock, whatever show. And her husband showed up and says, I will, you know, video for you. And I had my first only videographer, and it was AJ. And he followed me around. He, you know, it was awesome. I've never had one since. AJ, you the man, love you. Not to mention, you got like the best woman around. You got the best marriage around. You two are so meant for each other, and we love you to death, both of you. Bellstar says, that's awesome. We love them. And then Hayden goes, another $50 just to make sure I got it tonight. You are amazing. I am so ready for the 3,500 to 4,000 gallon tank to be ready. I will see it in real life one day. Love Fishy Family. Keep doing what you're doing, Big Rich. Also, DJ sucks. I'm going to drink to that right there. Thank you. Oh my God. You are amazing. Thank you, Hayden. And I agree. DJ sucks. Drink again. No, brother, you definitely had that beforehand. And he says 3,500 to 4,000 gallons. See, the first tank we got, and the bigger one, our old one was 3,000 gallon. So we did the math on the new one, and it turned out to be like 3,890. So we're just calling it the 4,000 gallon. Why do you want to go from, hey, here's the 4,400 gallon, here's the 3,890? No, this is the 4,400, this is the 4,000. And then, you know, the 3,000 is like 2,950. I mean, it's so close. So we just rounded up and named them. Here's the 3,000. Here's the 4,000. Here's the 4,400. You know, I mean, seriously, if we take the gravel out of the 4,400, it's only like, well, it's 4,400, but with the gravel in it. We take the gravel out, now it's, or with the gravel in it, it's now like 4,200. I mean, do you take a 10-gallon tank and say, oh, 10 gallon, and then you put gravel in it, you still call it a 10-gallon tank, right? But you have gravel in it, but that displaces some of the water. You don't actually have 10 gallons in it. You don't call it 9.8 gallons. It's 10-gallon tank. Well, same thing with the big tank. It's 4,400, and without that 600 pounds of gravel in it, it might be like 4,200, or now that the 600 pounds of gravel is in it, it might be 4,200. No, it's still, we take the width by the depth by the height, measure that at 4,400. Don't matter if you put a car inside there. You know what I'm saying? It's still a 4,400 gallon tank. So that's what we do. Jessica Carlos says, Rod and Phasia, I have no chance. No, they bought that 4,000 gallon tank, then the 3,000 gallon tank, and they're like 40 foot long. It's beautiful. I mean, beautiful. I am jealous. They have beautiful tanks. Hayden, you the man. Thank you so much. Eric Rizal says, I have had balance issues, so I really want a Harley trike. You know what? Don't go for Harley trikes. They have a conversion kit that takes out your rear wheel and puts in a trike, and it looks ugly. It really does. Look up trikes made by Harley, or trikes with Harley motors. That's what you look up. Trikes with Harley motors. Now they have these trikes out nowadays that have like 200-300 tires on the back. They're like this wide, and they look like dragon wings covering the tires. And it's just so beautiful. A Harley trike does not compare. It looks like a bike with two wheels next to it. It's just ugly. Look up trikes with Harley motors, and you will see some beautiful shit. I mean, like, I was expecting to get one of these. These are amazing. The Harley tires are 195. Then they have the 240s. Then they have the 300s, which are this wide. And now you have 300 tires, not only where the Harley tire went, but back of like a foot. So you can have your king seat with a backrest and a queen seat with a backrest behind it, and then you have like spots on side for luggage racks, and that you can take all kinds of stuff with you. These trikes are amazing, and then they have the long front ends. Oh my God, they're just amazing. Look them up. Don't go with a Harley trike. You won't be happy once you ride it. You know what I'm saying? You want trikes with Harley motors. Look them up. There's a million different companies making them, and they are amazing. J. Rod says, hey, do you have a Facebook page I can post pictures? Of course. There is Ohio Fish Rescue 501c3. We have Ohio Fish Rescue, which is just a business page. You can't post. But Ohio Fish Rescue 501c3 is our page that we help people out, and people can post there. Plus, I also have Big Rich Price. You can post there. Mike Tamos says, Rich, looking good, man, with your weight loss. Don't lose too much. Have you seen John Goodman after he lost a ton of weight? He looks rough. Yeah, he's got a lot of sagging skin and all that stuff. That's why I'm working out now and trying to build my chest, my arms, and my shoulders bigger as my weight goes down. So my belly is now skinnier than my shoulders, which it never was. So, I'm loving that. J-Rod says, I appreciate it. Cheers to you, Rich. You know, actually, I was so big, I didn't think I could do one push-up. So as I'm on my bed and I wake up after my 4 hours of sleep, the first thing I did was I bent my knees and I started doing push-ups from my knees up, right? And I got, I don't know, 7 or so. I was really out of shape. Then I'm doing 10. Then I'm doing 20. So now I'm on my tiptoes. And today I reached my first time tiptoeing and doing 10 push-ups. I could never do it before. Now I'm up to 10 push-ups on my tiptoes, like a board in between, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just going to keep working out because I started off with these barbells that my son gave me. And I don't know if you all remember, but I fell out of that truck and I ripped 7 tendons off of my whole shoulder. They found them all and they reconnected them except for one in my bicep. So I'm missing my bicep from here. It goes across over to here. So this arm here is much smaller than this arm here. And this is my left hand, which was way wimpier than my right hand. So, you know what I'm saying? I am just now at the point where I can do 10 full push-ups, which I'm ecstatic. But I hate working out. I don't want to do sit-ups. I don't want to do this shit. I don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? So it's rough for me, but I'm getting by. But, you know, I see people getting treated like shit by women, and I'm like, you shouldn't deal with that. And then I remember my own fucking, you know, things of how I wasn't even with Skylar and she treated me like shit. I'm giving you a place to stay. You should be appreciative. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, there's that whole thing. And it's a whole different thing for a younger crowd today. They don't really appreciate it. But back in my day, if you gave me a place to stay and I was living in a car and you gave me a place to stay, fuck, your grass is mowed, your fucking garage is cleaned, your you know, whatever you need, you know, you're helping me. And I think that time has lost this and has ruined people nowadays, because people should be much more appreciative than they actually are. Danielle Oliver says, can you tell the story of how you and Tracy met? I mean, I guess I can. I was at 7711 Lawn Avenue. That was my house. And I was hanging out at all the strip clubs because I was selling coke at the time. Back in 87, I guess. So in 88, Tracy would show up and, you know, my little brother brought her over and she wanted some coke or whatever, this and that. And, you know, I sold her some shit. And next thing you know, she come over with her boyfriend the next day, and her boyfriend had a Honda 750, CB 750 4-cylinder, and he couldn't get the carbs right. So I did his carbs. I got it up and running great. But I remember while I was on my knees and he was on his knees, she was above him, behind him, and she was giving me the Google eyes, you know. So later that night, after I fixed his bike and he's all happy, he's gone, you know, I get a knock on the door. And now Benita was upstairs. And you guys aren't going to like me for this, but this is the way things used to be. Benita was the stripper that I had my firstborn kid with. She was upstairs sleeping. And I got a knock on the door, and it was Tracy. And I'm like, can I help you? And she looked at me, and she's like, I'm like, I know what you want. I grabbed her by her ear, and I walked her in, and I walked her to the basement. And I laid her down on the dirty clothes in the basement, and I had sex with her. And then I'm like, what was that? And she's like, what? I'm like, I hear something upstairs. I'm like, I'll be right back. I went upstairs, and as much as you guys aren't going to like this, I have to be real with you. I went upstairs, and I woke Benita, and I had sex with her. Then put her to sleep. I went back downstairs and had sex with Tracy again. And then Tracy went home. Okay. After that, Tracy was like, who's that girl that's always over your house? I'm like, oh, that's my sister. I lied my ass off. I always cheated on all the girls I was with back then. But Tracy got pregnant. And that's when real life hit me. I will never cheat on my wife. I will never, ever not be there for my family. I want a family. That's all I cared about. You're starting my family. I will never betray you. Ever. Fuck you over. Nothing. And, Benita was still a stripper that I got pregnant. And then she went to the neighbors saying that, she's hanging out with a neighbor and this and that. And then I found out later that my buddy called me and said, hey, I thought your old lady stopped stripping. I'm like, she did. She stopped smoking when she had the kid. She stopped stripping. We're together now. Why? He goes, no, she's up here in Attitudes. So I was like, hell no, there's no way. You're thinking of somebody else. And he's like, no. I went up there and I walked in and there she was with her hand on some guy's lap, smoking and, laughing and giggling and having a good time. And I'm like, you fucking slut. I'm home watching our baby and you're out here stripping again behind my back. I lost it. She lost it. And that was it. She disappeared from my life. She took my kid for like 7 years. It took me to find her, to get my kid back and all that bullshit. And I got father's rights, which was every other weekend and a month through the summer. And that's how I raised my son. But I raised my son with a stripper saying, oh no, he's this, he's that, he'll treat you like shit, blah, blah, blah. But she didn't know me from Adam, other than I'm the guy that got you pregnant and I'm staying. And then she wanted to be back in the limelight of everybody. She was the center of attention. She was the hottest girl I was ever with, all that shit. And then when I got Tracy pregnant, I'm like, fuck everything else. This is my family. I am going to never, ever cheat on Tracy. I will never, let other people around. This is my family. I will protect, this is my family. This is what I wanted in life. And I don't know. The point is, I don't really talk to Benita that much anymore. She hasn't been over in like 6 years. She did come over for Tracy's birthday last time I seen her. And she's telling Tracy, you should fucking treat this guy like gold. I fucked up. I shouldn't have left him. Now look at me and look at you guys. You have so much more than me. Blah, blah, blah. And I wasn't falling for it. Bob Taylor said, it's a penthouse for him. So anyways, now I have, 2 kids with Tracy. I'm taking care of her, and I have my family that I always wanted. My children will never leave my side. They love me to death. And that's all I ever wanted, was somebody always to be there for me. You know what I'm saying? Women come and go, and they prove that themselves. I wanted it to be Benita, and it didn't work that way. It hurt a lot. I got past it, and I got with Tracy because she wasn't that good looking. I mean, she's a great looking girl, but she wasn't hot like all these strippers I've been doing for years. You know what I'm saying? I was just like, I'm settling to have a family. And then Tracy became the family. And now I think she's just as gorgeous. She's such a sweet individual, such a caring person. She's more gorgeous than any of them strippers I ever fucking dated. You know what I'm saying? She's just, I don't know. If she wakes up right now, I would remarry her, and because that's what she wanted. And she's just amazing. if she remembers me. I don't know how she's going to, wake up. I don't know. Betty says, how old was you with your first kid? I think I was 23 and she was 25. And then Tracy came in and said she was 21 and lied to me for 3 years because 2 years later, she said she needs, I don't have a place to stay. And I'm like, you can live with me, baby. We've been dating forever. You can live with me. And here I find out on her 21st birthday that I go, because she ain't talking to her parents or family no more. So I go to her family behind her back and I'm like, look, it's Tracy's birthday. Come Thursday. It's her big 21, blah, blah, blah. And her parents were like, well, if we get you, gifts, it'll be for the both of you, blah, blah. I'm like, I don't give a fuck about your gifts. Just show up for Tracy. And then her sister says, look, I'll show up, but I'm leaving as soon as, everything's over with Tracy. I'm like, okay. So now I'm there, and her sister shows up, Kelly. And I'm in the kitchen. I made a 4 cake. In other words, a 13 by 9, a 13 by 9, a 13 by 9, and a 13 by 9. And then I covered it with frosting, and I have a big 21 candle on top. And I light them, and I come out, and her sister stops me, and she's like, what are you doing? I'm like, what do you mean, what am I doing? I'm singing happy birthday to her, duh. She goes, yeah, but you got 21 on there. I'm like, yeah. And so she goes, no, she's turned 18. So for the last 3 years, I found out Tracy was lying to me. I got with her when she was 15. She was living with me since she's been 17. And now I understand why her parents hate me. It all made sense, all in that 1 second. You know what I'm saying? That was the mother of my children. Wow. But looking back, she saw what she wanted. She lied to get what she wanted. She only wanted me, and I have to take that into consideration. But do I look back and go, I'm a pedophile? No, absolutely not. I was like 23 when she was, 18 or 15 when I got with her, and she lied to me about her age and all that bullshit. Now it's 30 years later. My youngest kid is 30 years. So I was with Tracy for like 36 years now. And the first 3 years, she was too young for me, but I didn't find out until her 21st birthday, which turned out to be her 18th birthday, which now she's legal. Wow. Like fucking wow. I don't feel a man is responsible for doing somebody under 21 or whatever the legal age limit is if they were told, oh, I'm 22, I'm 19 and the legal age is 18, whatever. Because women lie. And why should I go to jail for it and be known as a sexual predator the rest of my life because you lied? It's all wrong. Wow. So, that's what I'm at. I've been with Tracy for 30 years. My oldest kid is 36. When he turned a year old, his mother took him from me. So 35 years I've been with Tracy. And she, I love you. I blah, 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 this and that. I'll give you your junior, even though she didn't, because, I named him Richard Allen Price Jr. And because I wasn't there to sign some paperwork she never told me about, 6 months later, come back Richard Allen Iman. And I don't have a junior now. Tracy was like, oh, I'm pregnant and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And I'll give you your junior. That's my new wife, right? Why would you think she's lying to you and she's fucking 15? You know what I'm saying? So, I could have went to jail for that bullshit. But, I've taken care of her ever since, and I am her husband. I will take care of her. It doesn't matter. I will never falter, period. That's my family. And she's like one of my kids. I will take care of her. There's no question about it. You know what I'm saying? Love her. But yeah, people want to say some stupid shit. Oh, Big Rich is this and he's that and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it actually happened. But I didn't know, you know. All I knew was this woman loves me. And here, let me tell you. I was selling fucking, coke at the time. And she'd come over and she'd sit beside me, and people would come in and want to front, and she'd stand up for me. Fuck you, that's my man. You're not getting, blah, blah, blah. And this, I'm like, holy shit, that's what I need in my life. I love this girl, I didn't know she was 15, and she told me she was 18. It was just crazy. But we had 2 kids together, and they were raised by me. She wasn't around for a long time. And they are good kids. They're great kids. I am so proud of all my kids. And then, we've had to take care of Tracy for a long time because she got narcolepsy, and then she got whatever this is, actually brain injury. We're trying to take care of her, and we're not gonna. I mean, would you stop if it was your daughter or your son? No, we're not going to stop. She's going to be taken care of, period. Look at it this way. I've had better looking women, but there's nobody I'd rather be with than Tracy. I don't care about how hot they were back in 1983. I don't give a shit. They're old. They're smokers. I cannot believe that used to be the hottest girl I've ever been with. Tracy's a good girl. All she wanted for the last 20 years to be remarried to me. She died from a cardiac arrest, and I'm reading all these letters that she wrote to her therapist about me, and I'm like, oh my God, this woman just loved me, And I never believed it, because how are you going to be with somebody else if you loved me, But accidents happen. And you know what? For the last 25 years, all she wanted was to be remarried to me. I told her if she wakes up, I will remarry you, period. Before, I was like, okay, you treat me good, but I'll never trust you again. What do you mean? Well, fuck you. You did this, you did that, you fucking, you got naked with somebody else, fuck you. And now I see it differently. She died for her sins. And 25 years before that, all she did was want to be remarried to me. And I wouldn't give it to her. Now I'm willing to. I should have fucking not been so prideful and remarried her like 5 years after the whole cheating incident. And we'd have had the last 30 years so blissfully happy. I was so happy with her for the last 30 years. She was so good to me. She stood up for me. She stuck up for me. She argued with other people, She was so good. She helped me. She was always by my side. She was always there for me. I can't find that now. And it's been 5-6 years. She died in February 5th, 2020, and it's now 2026, past February. It's been more than 6 years. I can't find anybody like her at all. I wished I could go back in time and remarried her and been a happy family, But you got men with their attitude, and they're like, fuck you, you're never going to do this to me again. I won't fucking believe that. But in this situation, it was a mistake. She listened to somebody else saying they'll give her a better life, and she fucked up. And now all she cared about was me and the rest of her life. And it shows. Her life's over with, and she's still there, She loved me. And everybody that knows us will say the same thing, that she just absolutely loved you and wanted to be, remarried to you. And if I was a man, I was hurt. Fuck you, I'll never remarry you. Fool me once, fuck you, blah blah blah. But I tell you what, after reading these letters she sent me for the last 10 years, I would remarry her in an instant. She is such a sweetheart. I love her to death. Ah, shit. So, yeah, I take care of Tracy and I will never falter. I don't give a shit if I meet somebody else. I will never stop taking care of Tracy. She loved me, period. Right? There's not a lot of people that can say that. You get cheated on, you're like, does that person love me? No. He fucking cheated on me, or she cheated on me. But Tracy actually regretted it and loved me ever since. It was just I put her through hell. I mean, I hated her for the first 5 years, I gave her a place to live, but you're going to make it up to my children. They deserve a mother, and they don't deserve a Uncle Hank, Uncle Henry, and Uncle Mike, and Uncle Jerry, and Uncle whatever. I don't want to see a bunch of guys go through. You need to make your children a priority. And then, after she did that, I felt a twinge of like, I love you for that. You're making my kids' lives better. And then I didn't realize the next 20 years how much she loved me and wanted to reconnect with me. And I just wouldn't have it. I'm like, oh, no. I've been with many women and fuck you. But see, I did never take into consideration that woman regrets her actions. You know what I'm saying? And I missed out on the last 25 years of this woman actually loving me and treating me good. And I treated her like shit. Well, not for the last 20 years. I didn't treat her like shit. I just didn't treat her like you're the best thing in my life. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Okay. I see something here. Aiden, put in another $20. Says, as Big Rich reaches his last drink, the real ones are still here. And we love you, Big Rich. Steve Tracy for all of our family. And one more time, keep doing what you do. I will be watching. You know what, Aiden? Here's to you, brother. Love you. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Brings me a little bit back to reality. I mean, a lot of people don't have that kind of woman that is willing to give up their life for you. And then you only find out about it after she cheated. She cheated because the guy at work was like, oh, I'll treat you better. And I'll do this and I'll treat you. And, your man sucks and I'll be better. And she was like, oh, really? She was young and stupid, I was a person that valued family and wanted family, and she ended up cheating on me, so she wasn't part of my equation no more. But she ended up homeless. I gave her a place to stay and said, I will never forgive you for what you've done to me, but my children deserve a good mother. You better start watching like Little House on the Prairie, figuring out how to be a good mother to my children. And she did. She did for years. She became a good mother to I have nothing but respect for Tracy at this point. I love that little girl. Sean Severy, everything dandy thing. He says, get that algae scraper out of the bottom of the pool. It's been there for a while. Okay, here's the problem. We don't always go swimming in there. And when we do, it's only up to our waist. We're fixing the dog bone tank or something. It takes somebody to get underwater to go over to the deep end and swim down 7 feet and grab that and bring it out. Okay. That was our problem. That's why we haven't gotten it out yet. I'm sorry about that. Oh shit. But I'll tell you what, if Tracy would wake up and things would go right back the way it was, she would love me to death, and I have no other chance except for love her to death. People say they can't get past cheating. You can, if there's enough effort. Okay, let me explain this. Someone goes, "Oh, I just cheated. I'm sorry. You know, not a big deal." It is a big deal. It is a fucking very big deal. But if they're like, "Oh my God, I am so sorry. I hurt you. I didn't mean to hurt you. I thought it was this and it was stupid and this and that," and then they spend the next 5 years saying, "I fucking love you," and you're like, "Fuck you, I hate you," and they're willing to put up with it, and you can get past it. You really can. Because when you feel something, right? Now, do you hate them for feeling something because that person put that into their mind? You kind of do, because you wouldn't touch that person if you cared about me. You got to get past that. She's looking out for her future, and this person says he's better for her future, and she believed him, and this and that. And now that happens. And now she's living on the streets because he wouldn't let her live there, and she already moved out from me. I let her move back in, but with a warning: you make my children a good mother, and I will respect you enough to let you live here and never retaliate against you. And then it turned into all she wanted was to be remarried to me, and she kept on doing this, and I kept seeing it, and I just couldn't believe it, because like the rest of you saw what really happened. You didn't believe in me. You didn't care about me. You fucking touched another man's groin with your mouth. You're giving him pleasure. Fuck you. She was mesmerized with what he offered her, and didn't know she already had the home run key at home. You know what I'm saying? All I cared about was my family. I wanted a family. I didn't have family. You know what I'm saying? And to have her, I don't know. I don't know. It's. I hope you guys can understand. That's all I can say. Jen says if they did it once, they will sadly do it twice. No, that never happened. I've been with Tracy for 36 years. It happened in the first 2 years, and it's never happened since. And the only thing she wanted was to be remarried to me, and I wouldn't give it to her. And now she died of a cardiac arrest, and I'm taking care of her now. And the only thing she ever wanted was to be remarried. So once a cheater, always a cheater isn't true. It's not. I've lived through it. I don't know. If anybody ever meets Tracy, they absolutely love her. I mean, ask any one of our mods. They meet Tracy and they're like, "Oh my God, I love her. She's so sweet." She is such a sweetheart. But her problem was she was stupefied by, "Oh, this guy offers that guy offers that." So she's with me because I offer this, and she's with that guy because he offers that. She didn't know real life and didn't know how people lie and all that kind of stuff, and she got caught up. You know what? It's never happened since 1980. What was it? 82? I got rated. 88, somewhere around there. It's never happened since the 80s. She's been with me ever since, and always, all she cared about was to be remarried to me. So I actually believe her now. You can get past it. with enough effort. It has to be effort. You can't be like, oh, you cheated on me yesterday. Yeah, well, fuck you. You know, you said this, you said that. No, I fucked this other guy. In your mind, does that mean you can get back together? Fuck no. That means she's a slut and fuck her. But if she's like, oh my God, I thought this was going to happen and he lied to me and I'm so sorry, honey, and let me make it up to you and all this shit. And then for years, you were like, fuck you. I will never, you know, you are nothing to me. And years later, she's still trying to get with you. You can forgive if there's enough effort. That's all I'm saying. You can. Am I saying there wasn't no heartache? Hell no. With enough effort, anybody can get past anything. Period. I'm sorry. Oh, shit. Hayden says, you're still alive, aggressive. It's been a great night. Well, I'll tell you what. People believe in that. If they do it once, I'll do it again. No. You got to understand. She lied to me about her age, so she was young and stupid. She got with me, lying about her age, saying she's 18, telling me that her mother, you know, kicked her out of her house. So I'm, of course, we've been dating. You can move in with me. But here she turns out to be only 15, and you know she's listening to everybody else. You know, oh, this guy will do that. That guy will do this. And if you do this, you know, that guy will fucking, you know, blah blah blah. And she thought of a better life. She didn't know she already hit the jackpot because all I wanted was family. You know what I'm saying? So she did this and she cheated on me, and I hated her, and I wouldn't give her the time back and all that kind of shit. If we never went through that, I guarantee we'd be married for like 40 years now. You know what I'm saying? And love my wife and this and that. I still love my wife. Tracy is my wife. I just, I don't know. Things are different. Hmm. Oh shit. Aggressive Fish Lover says, good to see you. I always miss out on the long ones. Glad I caught the end. What are your chances we can keep him talking till I get to bed at 1 a.m.? I mean, yeah, who knows? We're still talking. Austin says, when Tracy wakes up, what's the first date you'll go on? I tell you what, if she remembers me, because there's a big thing about, you can watch this movie too. I forget what it's called, but if she wakes up, she might not even remember me. She might not remember the children. She might remember like her past days, you know, whatever. So there was this show with what was his name? Channing Tatum. Yeah, Channing Tatum. He did a show with Rachel McAdams, a video, a movie. Look that up because it's very important because it matches to what I'm doing. She was in a coma after an accident, and she woke up and didn't recognize him, didn't remember him. And he had to actually try and get his wife back to want to marry him, and she wasn't having it. She wanted to date other guys, so he had to sit back and watch her date other guys. And at the end of the movie, it turned out she fell in love with him because of how much he cared, and they got married. And then I don't even remember if she remembered the past, but they did get remarried. I know that. And it's a beautiful story. It's a beautiful thing. I love that movie. But that's how Tracy might wake up. She might wake up and not remember me at all, because there's been many times where she didn't remember me from her narcoleptic medicine mishaps at different hospitals. So she might not remember me. She might remember the kids and then move on and want to date somebody else. This is all something I have to take. I'm taking the balance sheet of this, that it might happen. She might come back to me. I might be her husband again. But if not, she might get with somebody else. But I brought her back from the brink of death. You know what I'm saying? So either way, whether she remembers me or not, and she gets with somebody else or not, the point is I have to try my best, because I care about Tracy, to bring her back. Period. She might not even remember me. This is a thing we have to remember, that it might happen. So. Oh, shit. Austin says, when Tracy wakes up, what's the first date you'll go on? Well, it would have to be a Sweetie Candy Company, because I took her there and she remembered so many things from her past. She was absolutely in love. She was running around like a child in a shopping cart in a grocery store. That everything was a penny. She just loved life. And then on the way out from Be a Sweetie Candy Company is a malt shop. So you can sit there and have all the different, milkshakes you want or sundaes you want. And she loved that. And we left out there. And she said it was the best date ever. I took her home, made her the mother of my children. I was like, yeah, that was a boy. I'm sorry. But anyways, I think that would have to redo our first date, because she loved that so much. Sal Norton says, you're an absolute great man. My story with my ex-wife is even more worse. It is what it is, and you're going to be strong, and Tracy will know you love. Nate says, I like seeing an old OFR video. You always catch a little Tracy on them. I was always showcasing her, She was my woman. Aggressive Fish Loader says, you're doing all right, big guy. Seems kind of down lately. Don't blame you if you got a community here to help. Vasquez family says, hey, can we get a hey you guys with the sloth shirt? Hey you guys. I don't have a sloth shirt. I'm sorry. Hayden says, thank you for sharing your heart, big guy. We are here for you. Keep strong. Austin says, The Vow reminds me of 51st Dates with Adam Sandler. Yes, The Vow was the movie I was talking about. And then I lived 51st Dates with Tracy, because she was narcoleptic. So she got put on this medicine called modafinil, Provigil. And then she had to go to the hospital. We had a accident with a four-wheeler. So they had to rebuild her hip bones, and they had bones sticking out of her, connected together, bolted together. And she was home for like 3 months. She didn't know who I or the kids were. And then one day she wakes up and she's like, Rich, what the fuck is this? And I'm like, what? She goes, these bars. I'm like, oh, honey, you broke your hip. And wait, you called me Rich. She's like, what the fuck would I call you? I'm like, honey, you haven't been here for 3 months. You haven't called me Rich. You didn't know who I was. She's like, what? And then I brought her out to the kitchen and I showed her. All my life, I always bought, $50 washer or $50 dryer and made them work. When I bought this house, I decided to buy Tracy a brand new red LG on the stands, front loading, wash and dry. And she came out and she said this and that. And I got to show her wash and dry. She went to commencing to crying. She loved it so much. And then by noon, she was gone again. She'd wake up in the morning and she was back. And I had to tell her the whole story over again and then give her washer and dryer again. And I'm like, wait a minute, just like 51st Dates, I made a video. And then every day she woke up, here's the video. And then she played it, and then she come outside and find out that we already have a kid, just like 51st Dates. And she was like, oh my God. I didn't have to explain nothing to her. That washer and dryer, she cried every day for like 30 days that she got this new washer and dryer. Then she cried that she has a kid, and we're oh my God, it was so amazing. It was so fucking amazing. 51st Dates was all about Big Rich and Tracy. Seriously. It was amazing. Eric Roussel says, I remember when I'd bring my car over, she'd be like, you broke it again? And I'd fix his car and tune his fucking carburetor, this and that. And he's been around for, what, 30 years, Eric? Something like that. Hayden says, I started my whole fish room because of y'all. I love it. It is an amazing room to show off my friends and have fun. You know what? That's a great thing. When you do things in life, people can be sitting there and they're like, showing off. And then they get a little from somebody and they're like, this and that. But you know what? If you do good things and you do, great things, and then you're raising fish and you're and then you're helping people out around you, how can anybody say anything bad about you? You know what I'm saying? You're doing a good job. You're helping people out. You're inspiring other people. Jesus Christ. Be a good person is all I can say. That's the best. All right, guys. It is now, I think, 10:19, 10:21. We got, maybe 15 minutes, maybe a half hour. Let's go on with the show. Ask your questions and let me answer. If not, I can. I am out of a drink. This one's empty. Both these are empty. Let's see, I can pour this one into these two. But if I do this, oh, look. Yeah. Austin says, get another drink, Big Rich. It's 10:20. Do I really need another drink? Come on now. People answer me. I got a new nurse at 11. Oh. Hey, Big Rich, you'll have to show us how to do, for us, the big disco ball discoing when you get the things. Of course I will. I always do that. We've been doing the disco ball with 2 DeWalt flashlights, one on each side of the room and shining at it, and then it shines on the walls. These are wide dispersing 100-watt, what do you want to call them? Light bulbs, floodlights. So they're only 2 foot away. So they shine the whole bulb up, and then all the reflections come on the walls. Should be darker with less light and brighter lights shining on the walls. Jens Carl says, only 4 p.m. here, and you're ready to drink at 4 p.m.? Deb Charge says, get another drink, Rich. You're only an hour away from me. Yours the same time. What time is it? It is like 10:30. Come on now. You might even be one time zone away at 11:30. But I will go get a drink. Can you guys talk amongst yourself for a minute? Come on, talk to Deb Charge. Oh. Be right back. Look at you fuckers, barely talking to each other. Come on now. You could have done better than that. I got my drink. I'm ready to go. First thing I see is Jens Carlson says, I blame Dub Charge. Daniel Leo Liver says, most unusual pet you owned? Black Panther, for sure. Right after the baby bear, right after the baby lion. After that was probably the possum, groundhog, 14-foot reticulated python. I had a bunch. All right, let's see what else people said while you're gone. Oh, not much. Fuck work tomorrow. They'll understand. How about that? Look, if I can go from 340 down to 268 and then start gaining muscle and being bigger, you guys can do anything you want. Okay? Tell your boss to contact me. I'll tell him it's okay. Suan says, can I work for you? I wish I could pay somebody to work for me. I wish, Suan. I wish, because you'd be the first one I'd hire. Okay, take care of breakfasts. Take care of feeding the fish. You know, you get this much an hour. I would love it. I would love life. Jens Carlson says, you had a panther once? Of course I did. Here, let me show you this. I used to sell exotic animals when I was younger, and I would get, I don't know, 10,000 a year in exotic animals. Here we go. Let me go to this. You guys know Richie, right? The older brother. Okay. Here was Richie in my living room, my last house. There was my living room. There was the Black Panther. Right there. Okay. He was young, like maybe 6. He's 34 now, 35. So he was like 29 years ago was that, okay? Let me show you this. This was the Black Panther when I sold it. He was just gnawing on the material. Yeah. He was something else. This was Richie with his little baby alligator. Right there. 3-foot alligator. Let me see what else. This was my big 5-foot iguana. Oh, this is our baby wolf. We had a baby wolf. See that guy? Yep. This was me. Look how skinny I was. That was me with my bird. That was Big Boy. And doing tricks with him. I could pick him up from the floor, everything. You know, he was a good boy. Oh, this is Tracy with our baby skunk. Look how sweet. Look how just adorable she is. So sweet. Oh, this is Tracy with her monkey. That was Chewy. Wait, how do I turn this? That was Chewy, our baby monkey. Little squirrel monkey. She loved him. Oh, this was one of our skunks. Oh, wait. This was a skunk in the living room with one of our birds. Can you see that? I'm sorry. Can you see that? For some reason, it went dark. I don't know. I'm sorry. But yeah, I used to buy exotic animals and then, sell them every year. And Swan says, is that the monkey that attacked your face? No. That monkey that attacked my face is a Java macaque. Look them up online. They are about 3 foot tall, and that's the son of a bitch that bit me. That would be the Java macaque. Hayden says the humping monkey, that's the Java macaque. I don't have a picture of him here. No. Fuck that monkey. Hayden says, haha, the humping monkey. That would be the Java macaque. Look that up and look at their teeth. Look how evil they are. And then you can see right here on my arm, right here where he bit me as I'm driving down the highway, you know, on the high. Oh my God, it was crazy. I've never, ever been in my life in a situation where I'm sliding sideways at 70 miles an hour with a damn monkey biting me and I'm grabbing him off of me. And, you know, it was the craziest thing ever. It was crazy. So, all right, guys, what other questions you got? Come on now. Well, clean my glasses while you guys think about it. Give me some more questions. Mike Stambaugh says the guy from Zanesville ruining owning exotic animals. He fucking did. That's the guy that let loose like 50 lions and tigers and all that shit. I was buying exotic animal auctions from what was it place called Mount Hope Exotic Animal Auctions. I would go there and all the Amish guys that were raising monkeys and tigers and bears and all that would sell everything there. And I would spend like 10 grand a year for like, I don't know, 10 years buying all this exotic animal stuff, and I'd sell them during the year. And I'd make money every fucking year, you know? And I went there that last time, and that's when, you know, they closed down. That guy did this shit, and now they're only selling so many animals, and it wasn't worth my while. I lost money that year. So, yeah. But yeah, that's what I used to do is I'd have all the exotic wild, you know, exotic animals at my house. Hayden says, so the paddlefish and the sturgeon are going to the back pond. That's going to be so cool to see. That's what I told Josh because he's trying to sell them. I'm like, no, stop, don't sell them. We need, you know, 6 or 7 paddlefish, or I'm sorry, sturgeon and 6 or 7 paddlefish to go into the back pond. We've got 3 out there that are doing like 3 foot. We need more. You know what I'm saying? And his thinking is, we have more than a couple. We don't need more. Yeah, no. Jens Carlson says, the new excavation for the pool pond, big project, how to explain. Okay, here's what we're thinking. Right now, we have that whole area it's we call it a bog filter, but it's a river that runs alongside between the deck and the pond is this whole river area, and then it turns and water falls in, right? The first 8 foot of it is a wetland filter. We're talking about digging that up, draining the water out of the pond down to where it's only like, you know, 12 inches thick, and letting the fish in there, but dig out all the way over until it turns and make that whole section a wetland filtration. So 30 foot instead of 6 foot. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to be going a lot more, and then the water will come up through the rocks, and the plants can still sit on top of the rocks and eat the nitrates out. That's fine. But every time we ask, Greg Woodstock this year, that year, blah, 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 he's like, oh, well, now you need to talk to Ed. So then we get a hold of Ed, finally. Ed goes, oh, I only have a certain amount of money I can spend, blah, blah, blah. You're going to have to talk to Greg. So we talked to Greg again. He's like, oh, that's some bullshit. Greg, Ed's just fine, this and that. And then we talked to Ed again. And he's like, I'm only scheduled with so many things a year. Well, it's been 4 years we've been waiting on you guys. And all I see is passing the buck between you. So I think this year we're going to do it ourselves and build it ourselves and do it and, not give a shit what they say. I don't know. Jens Carlson says, screw Greg. Well, he is the one that donated, and I can never, like I say about the people in my past, I did this for you. Don't forget that. You should always, forgive me, blah, blah, blah. So if they start hating me from that, I don't see it because I didn't do you nothing wrong. Well, Greg didn't do nothing wrong. He's not willing to help us now because I see them passing the buck. That's okay. It's okay. We're appreciative for what you did do. We wouldn't have this pond. We wouldn't have this back pond if it wasn't for you. So thank you. I am willing to give credit where credit's due. I'm not going to be mad at you, because you won't help me no more. That's not my decision in life. I should only be appreciative for what he has done. Okay? And that is, he made us a everyday story about this whole 58,000 gallon, pool pond, the front pond, I mean, you can't blame him. He has done nothing wrong to us. Now that he don't want to help, should we turn on him? Absolutely not. Okay? Here's the deal. These people turned on me. Do you see how affected I am and how bad, upset I am? No. This does not deserve that kind of treatment to Greg Woodstock or Ed Ballou. They didn't deserve this. They were willing to offer and help, but they're busy. Okay, so we let them go. I'm not going to hold them responsible and put them down. You know what I'm saying? Don't need to. Don't need to. Be a good person, period. And if you can teach your kids to be a good person, then real life learns to be good people. And isn't it better to be surrounded by good people instead of assholes that are out for themselves? I don't know. Harley Jim says, thanks for what was done back then, but more is needed now. See, what you guys don't understand, Greg came up with this plan to be 10 foot by 40 foot, and it was going to be like up level to the deck. It was me and Josh that decided we can use that same 10 foot by 4 foot, which is 4 foot down, 10 foot wide, 4 foot up. So that's going to be 18 foot. Our roof was only 16 foot long. We can use that same liner for this roof. We can buy a little bit bigger liner instead of spending $2,000. Now we're spending 26 grand or 2,600 for this new pond liner and make our pond way bigger. That's what we did. We decided that, and next thing we know, the pond's up, the deck's up. Me and Josh did not take into consideration the wetland filter being 5 foot by 8 foot wasn't enough. We never thought this. We're going to add more filtration. So if we'd have concluded with Greg first, or maybe even Ed, they would have came up with the whole thing. Oh no, you need 18 foot of this filtration. And we would run into the problems we have now. So I cannot blame it on somebody else. This was my fault. This was my responsibility. Me and Josh were like, oh, well, let's just use the pond liner on the roof that I was going to have to buy anyway. And now we just, instead of buying the roof liner, we can buy a pond liner, this and a little bit bigger for just a little bit more. So instead of $2,400, we paid $2,600. But the roof was covered, you know, with the old liner. And it was great. Now we get these things, you know, like, oh, it's not big enough. You know, you guys should have thought about this. No. Why would they think about that when me and Josh are the ones that changed the parameters? Ed said this here size would fit for a 4x10 by 40 foot. We made it 40 foot wide, 50 foot long, 4 foot deep. Of course it's not big enough. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sorry, guys. Somebody says they still share the clips of OFR. Ed just shared. Yeah, they still make money of it, but you know what? They deserve that. They if they can make money off of it still, then they're still making money off of it from what they offered for free. They gave us all the bio blocks, the centipede, the whole top thing, the lighting, which was like $1,200. They gave us 12 lights for free, color change and remote control lights. They gave us a bunch of that stuff. So yeah, it's not our problem to try and make them look bad. They did great. You know what I'm saying? I love those guys. I appreciate everything that Greg and Ed has done for us. Maybe our newest adventure, they're not really there for us, but that's okay. You can't hate them for not being there, because you got to appreciate them for what they've done for you. Period. What's up, Jerry? Oh, you're not here. You're looking a little thin tonight, buddy. Jerry, talking to you. He ain't answering me. This guy. Oh, shit. Well, you know what? It's okay. You know, Greg's got his thing he does. He makes his money by doing the things he does. That's cool. He helped us out, and I'm cool with that. You know, if Tracy would come back right now, she'd be like amazed how much we've done that she didn't know about. You know, last she knew about was, you know, the koi got stolen out of the front pond. And then, you know, I promised her to build the back pond, and we built the back pond. And now, you know, all this, it's just so much nicer. And then I put it in a patio, and then I put it in a gazebo with lighting and the bar, and, you know, oh, shit. Jens Carlson says, Jerry woke up. Nate says, Jerry got the munchies. I don't see you, Jerry. Where you at? You got the munchies? He gone. He downstairs in his bedroom saying, I fucking wish I should have stayed on the live stream. Oh, shit. All right, guys. It's like 11:15. I guess I got to get out of here. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Oh. Okay. New nurse is showing up at 11. So I'm out of here. It's 10:43 right now. Jen says, "Stay." Jerry's looking for Twinkies. No, he's not. He knows when he gets high or not. All right, guys, we're out of here. Thank you very much. It's been fun. Hope you guys, hang through till next week. And remember, Tracy's not a bad guy. You can get past cheating if somebody shows enough. Okay. Love you guys. Bye.